Can you hear this now? Fantastic. How's this? Test? Test? Hello? Please take a seat. Thank you for coming. Testing? Does that work? So he has a good pair. Fantastic. Incredible. Incredible. If you can just come closer to the front, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. Welcome. Alrighty. Yeah. Ready? We jump in? Yeah. Yeah. Just testing sound. Test, test. 1, 2. She sells seashells at the seashore. Yep. Okay. Great. Oh, really? So it's changed. Alrighty. So I think Ephraim's going to join in a few minutes, so we can start with some framing of the discussion for today, and then we'll jump into our panel discussion. So thank you so much for joining us today at the Arctic Pavilion on Energy Day, November 15th, 2024. We're going to be talking about the topic standards and skills, what is needed to manage critical minerals for the energy transition, and we're going to focus the discussion around the Arctic region. Welcome, please have a seat. Thank you for joining. So I'd like to briefly welcome you all to this event, as well as my esteemed co-panelists, Bianca, Maureen. We'll have Ephraim join in a second. Whilst he's joining and finishing up another session, I'm going to start off with framing. What are we going to talk about today? Before we do that, we have a huge audience in the crowd here. I'd love to just get a poll of the audience, if that's okay. Just, I know it's a bit early in the morning, but this will allow you to stretch your arms. So I've been doing this poll a few different times. It's really fascinating to see where people's belief systems sit around climate. So would love to get your thoughts on how pessimistic or optimistic do you feel about climate and progress around climate. So we're going to do a rating system of 1 up to 5, 1 being incredibly pessimistic, 5 being incredibly optimistic, right? So panelists, you can also raise your hand if you'd like. All right. So for those that are incredibly pessimistic at 1, any hands in the crowd? Oh, I'm just doing this for, to show how to do it. Yeah. 2, somewhat pessimistic. Okay. 3, which is the halfway point for people that can't make a decision. Okay. We have a few in the crowd. Thank you. 4, somewhat optimistic. Okay. And then 5, really optimistic. Okay. Fantastic. I mean, that's wonderful. We're all here for the same reason, but we all have different beliefs on how things are progressing. What I do love about good panel discussions is that they elicit an understanding that there's action happening, there's people doing fantastic things. And I think that helps to reframe perhaps how you believe progress is going. And perhaps at the end, we'll take another poll and see if you've been moved maybe 1 point on either side potentially. So let me frame the discussion we're going to have today. So when we think about the energy transition, we need to talk about critical minerals. And when we talk about the Arctic region, we need to understand that geographical context and the history with how we got to where we are today. On top of that, we need to also consider what does the future look like and how can we build capabilities around the energy transition, around critical minerals, and what skills are required for us to get there. The Arctic region has been entangled with energy for a long time. The world has stopped and watched in 1989, where the Exxon Valdez oil spill spilled about 13 million gallons or 42 million liters into the pristine Prince William Sound. Interestingly, this actually predicated the organization Ceres, a group of concerned scientists that wanted to do something around the environmental impact of organizations, which then birthed the Global Reporting Initiative, which then birthed TCFD, ISSB, and the alphabet soup of reporting standards and corporate accountability that we all have come to love. And so the Arctic region has historically really been a focal point for the global community around climate. And I'd like to start the discussion there. Currently, we see mineral exploration and extraction spreading to the poles. And we see this shift in trend that needs to be considered when we think about the energy transition in a just and equitable way as well. When we think about critical minerals, we have mineral stores and deposits, which we'll go to more details, but there's zinc, platinum, copper, iron ore in the regions around the Arctic as well. And this is where it interacts with our energy transition. The IEA projects that EVs and battery storage account for about half of mineral demand growth from clean energy technologies. And these regions then become incredibly important for setting up supply chains and cooperating from a geopolitical perspective as many regions are aggregated in the Arctic as well. When we think about copper, for example, and an example that I heard last year, and I've just updated it in terms of the numbers, we have two key bottlenecks for copper. We need about 80 million kilometers of transmission lines to connect our grid with the energy generation from renewables as well. And we need to triple the amount of copper mined in the next 1,700 days to do that, right? And so there's this incredible urgency that we need to move. At the same time, the low density of population means that we need to get that energy transmission out as soon as possible to where people live and work as well. And finally, of course, the clock is ticking. Permafrost is melting. Methane is increasing. And this has an incredible perpetuating loop of tipping points that we also need to take into account. And so the time to act is now. We're going to talk about what is happening in the energy transition around critical minerals and how the skills in the region are going to develop and how they can develop in the future. All right, welcome. Thank you for joining. It's great to have you here. We just did a poll before on how pessimistic and optimistic you might be. So people that just joined, how pessimistic or optimistic are you? Scale of 1 to 3. 1 being pessimistic, 2 being middle, I don't mind, and 3 being optimistic. So we'll just do a quick poll for the people that, okay, so we got 1, 1.5, okay. It's interesting, yeah, very interesting number there, fantastic. All right, so we're still waiting on a final speaker, but what we can do is start off with some introductions. Welcome, my name is Matthias Mühlbauer. I'm the co-founder of 1.5. Thanks for the segue there, that worked nicely. Our work is really focused on 2 things. Climate advisory, we advise companies on how to decarbonize. And 2, we work on climate training. So we have a flagship program called the 1.5 Academy. We're all about how do you perpetuate green skills within a net zero context. To date, we've had about 800 graduates through our program across 6 different cohorts since launching in February last year. I'm going to briefly introduce Bianca and Maureen here. I'm going to give them the microphone. They can share their story much better than I can. But we'll pass it to Bianca and then we'll do Maureen. And hopefully at that stage, we'll have Ephraim, who's just wrapping up a discussion with the Brazilian team, I believe. Bianca?
Thanks, Matthias. Hi, everyone. Welcome. My name is Bianca. I am a policy consultant based in Germany. However, I've always been working in the critical minerals industry. And 2 years ago, a couple of colleagues and we realized that in the critical minerals industry, there's very few youth groups focusing on the challenges that come with mining, although mining is such an important topic. So we founded a group named Resource Management Young Members Group, and we're part of the UN ECE Expert Group on Resource Management, where we contribute to the development of resource management tools that aim to make resource management across different resources more harmonized, transparent, and also include environmental and social aspects into it. I will leave it there and head it over to Maureen.
Hi, I'm Maureen Gallagher. I'm the Global Ambassador for the European Federation of Geologists. That's a voluntary capacity that I have. I have an education and a career that spans combined nearly 40 years as an ecologist. But I am here and I spend all of my vacation time promoting the field of geology and the importance of that science in every aspect of climate discussions. And so I'm really pleased to be here today and to, talk about some skills and standards because geologists hold themselves to the highest ethical standards when it comes to mining.
Thank you so much. Well, let's jump in, and Ephraim, I'm sure, will join in a second. So, in terms of the current state around green skills, what we know is that the global green skills gap exists. Last year, from 2023 to 2024, in LinkedIn's latest 2024 annual green skills report, we had the share of green talent increase by 5.6%, and the share of jobs requiring at least one green skill increased around 11.6%. And so we have this gap between demand and supply that we are seeing across the board globally. Based on LinkedIn's data and their analysis, this gap is set to increase about 50x by 2050. And this is significant when we think about the energy transition. It's not just the technologies, it's not just the finance, it's not just the policy, but it's the people that actually have to implement this work. And that is exactly why skills become incredibly important. Grounding this in the Arctic, we know that talent mobility is challenging for regions of low density populations, extreme colds and weather, and challenges with sunlight in the winter days. As a result, the Arctic region really needs to figure out how to upskill and reskill their existing population until talent mobility can be integrated into policy as well. From the energy sector, we see pretty decent numbers around skills and reskilling. In one of our recent reports, Forget the Sustainability Unicorn, How to Upskill a Climate Workforce, we interviewed 30 different sustainability leaders covering energy, finance, and fashion. When we spoke to energy leaders, especially large oil and gas organizations, they had an incredible program about supporting the careers of their engineers and really focusing on the underlying skills that they have. They are able to deploy individuals based on those skills and what the use cases are of those individuals. And I think it's a great case study of how we can reskill and upskill within the Arctic region as well. So I'd like to focus on unpacking geologist jobs and the kind of skills that are required in the space and the broader skills that are required in the critical mineral space. So Maureen, would you be able to take us into a deep dive around a geologist job in this context, how they interact with critical minerals, and what kind of key skills are needed? Where are the gaps and where are the opportunities?
I'll start by saying that the field of geology or geoscience is very expansive. There are a lot of different subdisciplines within the field. and a lot of things that people don't think about, right? So if you are a hydrologist and you are studying water flow or how to get water out of the ground, right? Water is a key component in the Arctic. At least right now, it's still ice and permafrost, right? And that expands to things that you might more readily think, a lot of a geologist dealing with rocks. So the role of the geologist comes in to a mining operation decades before it ever actually starts to produce a product. There is so much planning that's involved. There are exploration geologists, those people who find out where the various types of minerals are. There are geologists that specialize in how to extract that work. Geochemists that will tell you, okay, what kind of fluids, et cetera, can we use to pull some of those minerals out of the rock. And that's just touching the surface of the different types of disciplines with respect to the field of geology. Across the board, around the world, there is a fairly steep decline in the number of youth interested in going into geology programs, and at the university level. And one of the challenges with respect to the sort of the history of these programs in our universities is that they really are based on a bachelor's, master's, PhD, right? So there is a movement afoot to try to figure out how to get training and other skills at, like, say, an associate's level, right? Or a certificate level, so that people like me as an ecologist, because I have an interest in geology, maybe I can take an extra year at school or go to a specialized training program to get a certificate in geology. So that broadens my horizons, right? And I can maybe be a more productive part of a team. So while geology is incredibly important, and that is the basis, and I would argue that geology is the basis for everything that we do in climate, because climate is attached to our planet, and geology is the study of the planet, right? It is soil, it is rock, it is water flowing, all of those sorts of things come into geology. And I think it's a very lucrative field, right? And so if young people are interested in making a difference, number one of the best ways you can make a difference is to go into the field of geology. And it's also, like I said, a good way to make a living, and you can do it anywhere in the world, right? So the skills are quite transferable. You learn these skills and you can take them to the Arctic, right? You can take them to Brazil, where we'll be next year for this conference, right? And so I think that it really becomes a great basis. As you move out of the sort of more scientific part of geology and you really get into what is truly the mining, right? We're talking about, people who have the skills to run the equipment, right? And we're luckily moving away from sort of that back-breaking, lung-choking labor that a lot of people think of when they think of mining, because of robotics and, big tech. There's so much technology in the field now. And so it really does just span everything that is involved with trying to get critical minerals, not only out of the ground, but get them to market. You talked about standards as well, right? So the mining industry, the geologists have standards that they have to follow. Crisco, I'm not going to go through that acronym. It's a big one. But those standards are lay out ethical practice, right? To make sure that whoever is telling you, whatever exploration geologist is telling you, okay, this is where we think this particular mineral is. This is what we think this deposit is worth. That is an honest estimation, right? And because there's a lot of financial complexities to setting up these mines as well. And so I guess that would be sort of I could go on for hours, so I won't go too deep into the dive. But what I will say is that we really do need to do a better job of getting people to understand just how critical the role of the geologist is and how much opportunity there is, and that university programs need to be building in this area, not declining. Australia, their geology programs at their university level are being closed. They're not expanding right at a time when we need them to expand. And so I think that's a really critical part of this discussion as well. And now that Ephraim's here, I'm gonna give you the mic back so that we can include him in the conversation.
That sounds good. Welcome. The magic of live theater. Welcome, Ephraim. It's great to have you here. So we haven't talked about much, so you haven't missed anything. Let's start off with an introduction about yourself, your background, your bona fides, whatever you'd like to share. And then perhaps we can jump into, I guess, a broader landscape of green skills. I didn't define what green skills are. I was hoping you could, if that's okay. And then if we can start with anything around the region that you can speak to from LinkedIn's data and their latest annual report on green skills as well. And then we can then jump into more discussion. Thanks for joining.
Well, thanks for allowing me to join late. As you know, as COPs go, there's lots of things happening. And this COP is huge, so it takes forever to get from one part of it to another. I'm Ephraim Beiser. I lead LinkedIn's Green Jobs and Green Skills work. So what that really means is I think every day about how climate change changes the world of work and how the world of work must change to deliver climate action. And I'm at a place like COP saying, well, everyone's making these big, bold commitments. You saw the new NDCs from folks like the UK and oh. All right. Is that better? Maybe this will be better. So everyone's making these big, bold commitments. And hopefully, by the time this COP is done, we've got a big, bold number of how much money is going to be contributed to solving and fighting climate change. But what we already see is happening right now is we're on the verge of people being a bottleneck to that progress. Not because we don't want to have climate action, but because we don't have enough workers with the skills to do it. And that is across, that's not just in solar installation or nuclear or geothermal. We hear about that all the time. But it's in how every job is going to change. And this is what we see actually. One is that demand for green skills is growing twice as fast as supply. So we have a lot of work to do to accelerate that. And to be fair, I think employer demand is a lagging indicator of planetary need. So what I mean by that is it's only going to accelerate. It's only going to accelerate more on the demand side when more money is put into this problem, which is what we need to see happen. So we have to figure out how to accelerate green talent development. And I think the truth is that's not only a pure climate message. And I think we'll have to find, as kind of folks in the climate space, find new ways to talk about this, as I think the geopolitical dynamics around climate will change. But it's also an economic opportunity, because what we see is that workers with green skills are more likely to get hired for jobs. The LinkedIn hiring rate for workers in the green talent pool is 55% higher globally for workers with green skills. That just says, one, workers with green skills, all else equal, will get the job. And two, companies are looking for people with green skills so much that what they're actually doing is they're poaching from each other. Now, that's good if I'm an employer, and if you're employer hiring for geologists right now, and if you're a geologist in that situation, you're in good shape because you're probably making more money because everybody's looking for you. But what that doesn't solve is the problem that we, as the systemic level problem, which is we need more people working on climate with the skills to contribute. So that's what we think about. That's what I think about every day. So what is a green skill? We focus on green skills as a way to define and identify green jobs, because we think that if all jobs are a collection of skills, a green skill is a skill that is related to greening the planet, environmental remediation, sustainable finance. We have about 12 categories of these skills. And we focus on that because it allows us to not talk about just the obvious green jobs, the things that require green skills, the core purpose of which is to green the planet, but jobs like sustainable procurement, where we know that we cannot achieve our sustainability goals. We know that most companies, including LinkedIn, our emissions are in scope 3. So it turns out that if you're going to, that sustainable procurement supply chain is where you're going to make emissions gains. So that's why we focus on green skills as opposed to exclusively green jobs. And I think that's really important for this conversation for a few things. One, what we see as some of the fastest growing green skills around the world, and this is especially true in some of the countries that kind of include the Arctic, are things like ecosystem management. That's really important because so much of what we're doing is engaging with nature. But it's not, and my initial hypothesis when I saw things like ecosystem management pop up as our fast growing skills was this is all about adaptation. It's all about preparing for disaster. But it actually turns out that a lot of it is actually being able to deploy energy solutions, because a lot of these energy solutions, these renewable energy solutions we're talking about, use a lot more land than carbon-based solutions, and that requires us to actually effectively manage that land. So those are some of the things, and I think I'm thinking about this across the Nordics, the US and Canada, countries that are in the on the Arctic Circle, and that's some of what we see. So was that cover all the things you wanted me to get in that intro? Okay.
Thank you so much, Ephraim. Great framing of the discussion here as well, and I love that we're now starting to decouple the jobs side of the discussion with the skills side of the discussion. And I think this does take us away from this incumbent traditional way that we see university education, where you need a bachelor's, a master's, and PhD to stamp that you've gone through this process. What's actually important is that you're able to do the actual job, that you understand how the job works in practice. At the same time, by taking us away from these roles and jobs, we can focus on these buckets of skills that are required, right? When we think about more sort of white collar skills, for example, we can think about blue collar skills, for example. That allows us to then help fill these buckets with better pathways for upskilling. So we talked a bit from the geologist perspective. We've heard a bit from the LinkedIn macro perspective and some data points from the Nordics, US, Canada, and other parts of the Arctic region. I'd love to hear from someone who works in the critical mineral space. What kind of skills are you seeing that are important? What's changing? What's challenging? Bianca, take it away.
Thank you. You covered so many aspects of skills in critical minerals management. And even though you covered so much from my social science perspective, I still have a dimension I would add, maybe even two, because where the implementation part of green skills is really, really important, we also need people in governance that speak the right language to actually set the right policies and the right policy framework to enable the industry to do what they want to do what they need to do, actually. So I would say that, well, I can speak from a personal experience because I have a background in political science and economics. So I'm not really a geologist person or someone who studied geology or any other green skill. But when I did an internship a couple of years ago in the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, I realized that scientists, geologists, academia, and governance representatives, they speak very different languages when it comes to setting policy frameworks. I would repeatedly hear from geoscientists that politicians are never doing what they need to do so they can actually go on with the energy transition. And then when I spoke to politicians, they would be equally frustrated that they believe they set the right frameworks, but it's not being implemented properly. And then we have the other dimension, academia saying, hey, no one is listening to us. If you would only listen to us, everything would be so much easier. So I felt like these different actors in the industry, they were speaking different languages. And I thought, I wonder what I could do to help with that. And that's kind of why I went into the critical mineral space. So somehow including governance and academia into the discussion and try to find a language in which they can speak across disciplines, maybe even, was something that I think, or is something that I think is still really, really important. And we also talked about exploration and mining, and then also some other aspects that are related to that. But when we talk about critical minerals management, we got such a long supply chain that requires such a diverse set of skills, starting with all the things that have been covered. But then for recycling, for example, for refining, for mine closure, we need so many different skills as well. And we didn't even touch upon those. And then whether we do it on land or on sea, it's the list, as you said, the list goes on and on and on. And we could probably fill the whole COP period to talk about this. But yeah, just wanted to include the academia and governance dimension. And then I could actually add another one, which would be the civil society dimension, because while we're doing all of this, we need to make sure that human rights are being respected, that indigenous rights are being respected, that while we're extracting minerals, all people profit and not just those that then implement it in wind turbines or in rare earth in e-mobility generators. Rare earth magnets, permanent magnets, sorry, there you go. So we need civil society, we need people with the right skill set also to protect vulnerable communities that are right now not sufficiently being protected. I'll leave it there.
Does anyone have any additional things to add on those points?
Yeah, I'll just maybe to put a very specific and clear point of the importance of having a good ability to communicate and to communicate with anyone, anywhere, at any time in a productive manner, right? And I think that at least in the US, where I'm from, even though I represent a European organization, I am from the US. I think that, you know, our education systems, whether they're at the college level, the school level, I have two children, 17 and 20, and I see how they were educated, right? When I went to school, we all had desks that were lined up in rows. And the teacher made sure that no one ever spoke to anybody during the class, right? Because they're all focused on the teacher. And my children learned at tables. They have been in groups, and they've been in groups that they've gotten to choose who they're with. And they've been in groups that they haven't been able to choose who they're with. That's always been fun at the dinner table. But I think that they are so much further ahead coming out of their high school years than their parents' generation was, right? So and I know that this is happening in other parts of the world too. It's not just the US. And so I think that as a species, I'd like to think, and I said I was hopeful to your question, that we're becoming better communicators and we're placing a better emphasis on it. And that is personally why I am hopeful. And so I think that really mastering and constantly learning and getting better at how to communicate is, I would say, the number one skill, green or otherwise.
Yeah. So I was watching a video, the CEO of LinkedIn, who, you know, generally probably has a good, interesting perspective on what skills people should need to learn. He listed the three things that people really should learn. One is learning to learn. And I think that's so important because so much of what we're talking about here is especially I think this comment on like governance, academia, civil society, these are not new jobs. Not one of those jobs is a new title that doesn't exist right now. Those are all titles that people hold today, right now, probably here, maybe sitting in the audience, holding those titles right now. And what we know is those jobs just have to be done differently. And when we think about the ways that any job will be done differently, and in LinkedIn, we can actually see that between 2015 and 2030, the average job will see 65% skills turnover. So think about a job, think about a job just being 30 skills. That's an arbitrary number. Between 2015 and 2030, 18 of those are going to be different. And overwhelmingly, those new skills will be categorized as digital, with I think AI accelerates some of that. Green, and again, all jobs are going to feel this transition, but I think importantly, the last category is human. Those are things like communication, teamwork, the things that a computer could never do. And I think for a lot of the, especially when we think about some of the environmental aspects, there's so much additional complexity, some of which tools like AI are going to help us sift through. It's going to help us find solutions faster, but we're going to need people who just are thinking in new ways, doing the things that they already do.
Thanks. And I think to connect to sustainability management skills, the top 10 skills from a previous report, Closing the Sustainability Skills Gap, that LinkedIn provided data on, it was a Microsoft and BCG report. There's 3 main buckets of skills that are important in a green skills perspective. Broad climate fluency, and that's understanding why climate, but also that includes broad stakeholder management as well. How do you interface with other people in a sustainability context? These generalized business skills that are applied into sustainability. This includes your strategy, your risks and opportunities identification, right? This allows you to adapt to make decisions. This includes creative problem solving. And then finally, you have your more technical skills as well. I think that ties a little bit to the critical minerals management side of things. But in a sustainability context, that could be something like carbon management, reporting, and data analysis and modeling, right? What that data that you're modeling depends on the use case and where you're using it. But those are the broad categories that help to guide where people should be ideally upskilling globally, but also in these key sectors like the energy sector, where we have the majority of emissions that need to be sort of abated, right? So I'd love to shift the discussion to understanding the different, I guess, interplay of time. When you, Maureen, mentioned the life of the mine as well. Mining is a transitional activity and it has long-term implications when you get it wrong. So tying in this discussion of skills, potentially standards as well, I would love to hear from your perspective, how can this time component be managed well? How can this include intergenerational perspectives as well, as these mines can have far-reaching consequences? An example here, the mine closures in the UK in the 80s have created a really challenging economic environment for the people that are in those communities as well. And this has been replicated multiple times across the world with this type of transition. And so with that, perhaps, Maureen, would you like to share your thoughts? And then perhaps Bianco?
I'll give you a few of my thoughts. I will say that in my day job as an ecologist, I've spent a part of my career doing mine reclamation work, particularly with respect to acid mine drainage and coal mining in Appalachia. And so I'll point to Appalachia as an example. And I know it's a very American thing, but it's a worldwide story, right? Because this is what happens in mining communities, or what has happened, I should say. I want to make it very clear. It is what has happened. It isn't what will happen in the future, because we know so much more now than we did when those mines first opened. Many of them started when our country started. And I happen to live in Western Virginia in Appalachia just for a couple of years at the time when the local community was being told that there was maybe 20 years of coal left, right? And when I moved there, I was really taken aback because this was in the early 2000s. And, you know, the communities were still dealing with black lung disease and, you know, some of those, you know, just really truly impactful issues. And that has become a legacy. And I think because of that legacy, and this is not to diminish just how tragic some of the after effects of this work has been, but that we've learned from that, right? We've learned what the human impact is. We've learned what the ecological impact is. I built my dream home that I only lived in for a year before we moved, but we built our dream home on the top of a mountaintop removal site because it was now flat. That was where you could actually build a home, right? And that created an entire economic engine in this relatively impoverished, very small community in Appalachia. And so I want to make the point that we are learning from the past, right, as we move into the future. So from my perspective, if we're talking about bringing a new mine online, then we're talking about not just what does it take to get the first piece of ore out of the ground, but it is already planned out to its completion. And its completion doesn't just stop with the ore. The completion stops with making sure that when we leave that community, we've left that community better than where we found it, right? So in the US, you know, we have the great national parks. And in fact, a lot of people, that's a good way to think about geology. Think about Yellowstone and the geysers. Think about, you know, Yosemite and the rock that people like to climb. It's all geology. But I think we say leave no trace in a national park, right? Well, there is no physical possible way to leave no trace with mining. And we all need to know that going in, but it's a trade-off, right? We get the type of lifestyle that human beings want because we go in and we get those minerals out of the ground. But we can still leave that community in a better condition than we found it. And all of that planning needs to come up front. And it has to be multidisciplinary. This is something that Bianca and I talk about all the time, is the importance of having a multidisciplinary team, whether it's the people that are governing, it's an ecologist, it's a geologist, it's the local community themselves being involved in planning what that future looks like and helping them to understand that this is a decades to centuries commitment. And I think that's something that's really difficult for people to really conceptualize, because we need to do generational planning. And that's something that we didn't do when coal mining started 200 years ago in the United States. So I maybe I got off on a tangent, but I hope that that I helped with the question.
I add to that. Great, thank you. We talked about inter and intra-generational justice, right? Just to define that for the audience, because sometimes I get it confused. When we talk about intergenerational justice, it means that we think about the justice between generations, our generation today and the following generations up till 1,000 years. And with intra-generation is we mean the justice or injustices happening within our generation. An example for that would be the resource extraction in countries of the global south, like the Democratic Republic of Congo, that is incredibly resource rich and should profit a lot from the resource richness. However, we don't see that in practice happening. The countries profiting from that resource richness are often countries of the global north, as they have the resources that the global north is now needing for the energy transition. And when we look at intergenerational justice and mining, I'm not sure if some of you may be aware of the concept of planetary boundaries that the Stockholm Resilience Center introduced. I think it was, let me see, couple of boundaries that, when crossed, might have very destructive consequences. 9 boundaries. Thank you, Pooja. Very, very destructive consequences for human beings across generations. And these planetary boundaries include climate change, which we're all very familiar with because 6 are crossed. Exactly, yeah. Climate change is crossed. I mean, you'll see it here. Maybe it's a bit small, but everything that's red is crossed. And mining has impacts on all of these different boundaries, which I think is underrepresented in major environmental conferences. Might be a subjective take, since I work in the industry, but mining is related to everything in climate change, and mining is also related to everything in this concept of planetary boundaries. So we need to work on this. We need to work on this so future generations don't look back at us like we look back at previous generations on how they dealt with climate change. Of course, knowing that back then knowledge around climate change was a bit different, but I can say they because I was born in the 90s. I hope that's okay. But they acted too late, and now we know what consequences the wrong practices or the irresponsible practices of mining can have. So we need to act on them. However, oftentimes this intergenerational perspective stands in conflict with intragenerational justice, because if we were only to look at intergenerational justice, we would have to reduce mining to the minimum and also reduce growth. However, what we could not do or should not do in order to keep also intragenerational justice principles is say, okay, we're not going to do any mining anymore, because there are a lot of countries in the world that have a right to get to levels of wealth that the global north has been living in for a very long time. And I want to give a brief, I know we're short on time, I want to give a brief example of that. So the European Union has just created a legislation called the Critical Raw Materials Act, in which they want to scale up mining, minerals processing, and recycling a lot. Right now, the European Union is very, very dependent on third countries, especially China, Turkey, or also countries in South America when it comes to specific key minerals that we need for the energy transition. They want to scale up mining, so 10% of all minerals consumed in the European Union are mined in the European Union. 40% should be processed in the European Union and 15% recycled. These are very high numbers if you compare them to how it is right now, which means we're going to have to scale up mining in the European Union quite a lot. What we have seen so far is that in countries where the minerals have been mined for our energy transition, we had lots of injustices happening, a lot of wars, civil wars, environmental damage, and social damage have been committed in those countries. And stopping that is very, very important. What happens now when scaling it up here is the not in my backyard discussion comes up again, because people say, well, we don't want this in our backyard. Where I understand the discussion around that is very important, especially when we look at the Arctic, where we have indigenous communities being disproportionately impacted by mining. And then we got to find the balance between scaling it up here, doing it just, and not saying, okay, we're just going to do it in other countries, because we don't see the people suffering from it there, doesn't mean that they're not suffering. I'll leave it there. But this conflict between inter and intra-generational justice is very present and should continue to be present in our minds. And we should look at it in a very holistic perspective and not just regional. I think that's very important.
Thank you, Bianca. Just to close off and connect that to skills, you can see that ecosystem management, communication, governance, and better decision making are all key skills when we're thinking about managing critical minerals. I know we have sort of just under 10 minutes or so. I'm going to hand it over to the audience for questions. Sorry. And we'll start to wrap up the discussion. If we can get to the last minute, we're going to do a speed round and get some hot takes from our panelists before we all leave together. So what questions do you have sitting in the audience? Yeah, I'll pass the microphone over to you.
Hello, is really not a question, it's a comment. I wanted to do a comment because I think also we need really basic skills. So what I see in industry, when you look for in mining industry, you are looking for workers, even I don't know, from quarry managers or mine manager down, you cannot find people. So we are really struggling to find people. And so for sure we need green skill and we need advanced skills, but also we are really need basic skills. And these are necessary for the transition as much as the most advanced skills. And this is something I can see from an industry point of view. And the other point that I think is important is also mapping the know-how that we have. At the European Federation of Geologists, we received many requests from industry, people looking for expertise, looking for people, do you have expertise in that type of mineral, on that type? So this is this kind of skills, and the know-how in the critical minerals is not known. So I think there is also need to map this know-how.
Thank you. My name is Mahele. I come from Africa, in particular Lesotho. Yeah. I'm happy to hear you talk of skills, and in particular general skills, generic skills. However, I feel like we need more of technical skills. More, because as we move from where we are to where we want to, when we want to go green, those are research-based and more advanced skills other than more generic interpersonal skills. We need more. I'm not saying that we don't need the communications, the basic problems. We need them. But our countries need industrialization. And industrialization needs more technical skills and more skills transfer from our European counterparts. You find that over the years, let's take, for example, in South Africa, the two main mining companies have been DBS and Anglo-American. When are we going to have African industries, well capacitated with skills so that they can mine? What happens is you find our people having very small position that not require or that not attract more expertise and more funding. Hence, we move the resources away and the money goes away with the people that we have imported work. We need to give our people more skills to move from basic to advanced. Yes, we are going to have, like my colleague is saying, the basics. There are people who will fit in the basics, but we also need people who do the engineering part, the advanced skills. That's where the money is if you want to reduce poverty. That's where the money is if we want to make skills transfer for our people. And that's where the money is if you want to build capacity in those countries. Thank you very much.
I might just make a comment there, maybe link it into, I guess, the policy discussion as well as access to the database of skills that are required for this work. So I think we absolutely agree with you that it's not just the basic skills that are required. It's a combination of the technical, the business skills, the generalized business skills, and then, these broad skills that allow you to communicate, build coalitions, strategically get things done, right? And convince people. It's a combination of that that makes you effective in these type of contexts. What I think you're talking about in terms of transfer and also generation of these skills in countries, we need to understand what kind of skills are required at the regional and country level. The problem is the data is challenging, is not able to keep up with the fast dynamic pace of sustainability, right? And maybe this is where Ephraim can share a little bit about, the data that you guys have and what implications that could have from a policy perspective that could help with solving generation of skills. Ephraim?
Okay. Maybe to respond to what I heard, I think the first thing is a lot of the jobs that we're talking about don't strike, or we'll say early career people, career starters, young people, as jobs that are essential to working on climate. When you think about it, if you're passionate about working on climate, the job you're thinking about has probably sustainability in its title, or you think about the trades. And if you think about geologists as people who dig in the ground, you're thinking about kind of old school traditional mining. But the truth is that job is essential to what we're going to do in the future. And I think that is we as employers, as governments who know these are the things we need to do, have to do a better job talking about these jobs as being essential to the transition. And I think that then contributes to the second point, which is now we've taken some of these very technical jobs that are not focused explicitly on green, that don't mention sustainability in the title, that may not it may have existed for generations to do very non-green things, but are actually the skills you need to do the things we want to do for the planet. And if we can do a better job communicating that story, I think we're going to motivate more people. That's going to be part of what's going to take to get people to go into these more technical fields that are that don't explicitly talk about climate at all, but we know inherently are not are kind of at the foundational level for doing the climate work we need to get done.
Can I add just really quickly, just one quick point to what you were saying, sir, is that I think we have to get corporations and governments to agree to a social contract when they come into these communities, right? And for part of that social contract is making sure that you are educating, training, investing in the local people. You're not coming in from another country, bringing your entire workforce, being there for a while and then leaving, right? And so that's just I know we're out of time, but I think that this really gets to the importance of the social contract.
All right. Thank you so much for joining this live rendition of critical minerals and skills and standards in the Arctic. Thank you so much for your participation. Have a fantastic rest of COP. And I thank my co-panelists, Bianca, Maureen, and Ephraim, for your time. Thank you so much. Yeah, we can take a picture. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get into serious trouble.
Okay, thank you everybody. I think we can start. So thank you for joining this side event on northern forests and climate change in the Arctic Pavilion, and thank you to the Arctic Pavilion for hosting us. So we will speak to you today about the issue of northern forest and its importance for the climate change debate. When we speak about northern forest, we refer to the boreal and temperate forests of the northern hemisphere, which basically has a few countries that take a large part of that. Canada, the US, Russia, and the European Union make up over 90% of these northern forests. And these forests together also make up over 90% of Annex 1, the developed countries' forests. So it's very important in terms of the responsibility of developed countries as part of their fight towards climate change. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wendell Trio, and I'm the coordinator of a specific project, the Northern Forest and Climate Change Project, which aims to bring together NGOs, scientists, and indigenous peoples to work on northern forests. So why are northern forests important? Well, they make up over 40% of global world cover, but even more, they make up almost 50% of the world's carbon stock stored in forests, and in particular in forest soils. And that's very important for northern forests, that a lot of the carbon is in soils, which gets heavily impacted also by logging. So while they're very important, they're not getting much attention. They're not getting much attention in these international climate change negotiations, but also in their countries. If we look at the amount of protection of northern forests, then we see that less than 10% of northern forests are in some way or the other conserved in protected areas, while the average of the world is around 26%. So clearly, much more has been done in terms of conservation of tropical forests than in terms of conservation of northern forests. And this is problematic as the importance, the sink role of northern forest is going down. The share of northern forest in global sinks is going down, and in many countries, and there's been recent reports about Finland, Germany, but also Canada, where the forests are turning from a sink into possibly a source of emission. So that's very worrying. If we speak about global emissions, then obviously we also need to look at how the role that northern forests are playing. And northern forests are going down basically because of human interaction, basically because of lack of conservation and because of unsustainable forest management practices. And that is very important. There is, of course, also an impact of climate change. And climate analytics, Bill Hare, who will speak later, has also made a report about the impacts of climate change on northern forests. But we see that those impacts are bigger the more forests are being impacted by human development, by management. And so it is time for the international climate negotiations to give greater attention to northern forests, to not only focus on tropical forests. And one of the obvious ways of that attention has been the conclusions of the first global stocktake, where there is a paragraph that specifically asks for halting and reversing not only deforestation, which is very typical for developing countries, but also forest degradation by 2030. And it's very important that that line of the global stocktake is also being taken into follow-up into both the development of new NDCs as well as into the follow-up dialogues with regard to the GSD, including the UAE dialogue. And so that's important. But finally, what we're really aiming for is a global accountability framework for forests that does indeed take accountability not only for developing countries, but also for developed countries to what they're doing with their forests. That's a bit my introduction. So we have a good panel here. One of them, Bill Hare, who is the CEO of Climate Analytics. He can further introduce himself, but Climate Analytics has been producing different reports for the Northern Forest and Climate Change Project, including very recently a report on the role of Northern Forest in halting warming or limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. And we also have Andrei Laletin, who is the director of the Friends of Siberian Forests, and we'll talk about the relevance of the report also for Russian forests. That for my introduction, so I will now give the floor to Bill.
Thanks, Wendell, for that kind introduction. We prepared a report on northern forests, actually two, one on impacts and one on the role of northern forests in mitigation. And of course, the larger context from an Earth system perspective is that humanity relies very much on the storage of carbon in the biosphere, forests, grasslands, and so on. And it relies very much on the uptake of carbon from the atmosphere storing in our forests. And it's quite correct what Wendell's saying, that there's been a lot of attention on other forests. We've seen the terrible news from the Amazon this year, drying out, fires and so on. But the northern forests are particularly important. And there's been scientific concern over the implications of rapid human-induced climate change for the boreal forest for 30 or 40 years. They've tended to drop out of the prominence of, let's say, scientific and policy discussions, but that doesn't mean that they're not important, and it doesn't mean that things that are bad are not happening. So what the scientific community is showing us, and you can see it in the recent global carbon budget, as well as in the report that we've just released on this, is that the northern forest carbon sink is essentially beginning to decline due to a combination of unsustainable management, forest practices, and a range of different climate impacts, leading to the drying out of the forest, to insect attacks, and to an increasing prevalence of wildfires happening right across the boreal region, releasing huge amounts of carbon. Now, wildfires, of course, are a part of this system, have been always, but the frequency, intensity, and geographic scale of these forests has changed really significantly and adversely. And I fear that what we're beginning to see is a major transformation of this system as a consequence of climate change. Now, we know that fossil fuels are 90% of global carbon emissions, and we have to basically phase those emissions out to have any chance of limiting warming to 1.5 degrees. But protecting the forest sinks everywhere, both the sink capacity, that is the ability of the forest to take carbon out of the atmosphere, and to protect the very massive carbon stores of carbon in the particularly the boreal forest soils, about half of which the storage is in Russia actually, is absolutely critical. If we don't protect these forests and they burn down or are otherwise destroyed, and their carbon below ground is released, it's going to make our job harder to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. And if it's at such a scale, it could even become impossible. So that's why we really need to focus on protecting these forests. I had the privilege a long time ago of actually going over a lot of the then Soviet Union's Siberian forests on a mission there in the 1980s. So I've seen it for myself, and absolutely spectacular ecosystems, very complex, and in urgent need of protection. Now, we hear a lot of talk about building up the carbon stocks through afforestation and so on, and this can be important, and it's an important strategy, but we also need to be very careful that we don't, in the process of doing that, actually contribute to the loss of biodiversity, impacting on food security, and depending on how it's done, fast-growing forests can even reduce local water capacity, having adverse flow-on effects to ecosystems and so on. So the bottom line is that we need to be, as our report shows, there needs to be a lot better management of existing forests to protect the carbon potential of them, whilst making sure that other values are protected. Now, I guess one of the things that we looked at overall is just what role the boreal forest carbon accounting is playing in countries' commitments, right? Canada, the US, Russia, others, and so on. And it turns out that a lot of the countries are relying very much on the net sink that they report to offset, let's say, the need for larger fossil fuel reductions. Now, the way the science has trended in the last years to understand what countries are reporting versus what the carbon cycle is really seeing has told us that what the countries are reporting is very different than what the atmosphere is seeing. This is an old problem with the climate convention's accounting systems, but the bottom line is that the carbon sink reported by countries is disguising the need for deeper reductions from fossil fuels. So there's a serious risk that unless this accounting system is reformed, we're getting the wrong signal about forest protection and fossil fuel reductions. So I think one of the issues that the scientific community has been worried about, and there's a paper coming out on the 18th of this month, actually in Nature, a large community paper essentially calling for countries to establish separate targets for forest sequestration. So they're actually separate targets that they commit to alongside their national emission reductions, because otherwise the consequence is that inappropriate accounting, for example, for northern forests, would enable countries to bypass the need to make rapid fossil fuel reductions, yet the atmosphere sees more emissions. So we need to lock down on that problem. And that's particularly important because if you look at the science of the impacts projected for the northern forests, we know that if exceeding 1.5 degrees is going to be a really critical problem. We're already seeing really serious damages occurring across the northern forests and the different ecotones and so on of the region as a consequence of warming already happening. Remember the high latitude regions of the northern hemisphere warming 2 to 3 times faster than the planet as a whole. So they're on the front line of impacts. So overall, our report shows that there's a very urgent need to reform forest management practices to protect the forest from unsustainable harvesting, industrial activities that are destroying the carbon uptake ability of the forest, and to have a more ecological approach to managing these forests for the better of us all on the whole planet, that we can maintain those carbon sinks. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. I will tell you about Russian forests, about protected areas, and also how Russian forests are important for climate change. I think you know that Russia is the largest forest country. Its territory covers 818 million hectares. That is 21% of all world's forests. It has the largest quantity of intact forests, 255 million hectares. That is 23% of all world's intact forests. Average forest cover in Russia is 46%, and it varies from 0.2% in Kalmyk Republic in European Russia to 82% in Irkutsk province in Siberia. Coniferous forests cover 76%, and deciduous forest covers 24% of the territory. Majority of forests in Russia are distributed in Asian part, in Siberia and Russian forest. On functionalities, protected forests cover 284 million hectares, and exploited forests cover 594 million hectares, and reserved forests cover 266 million hectares. Protected areas. On the federal level, Russia has 108 nature reserves, so-called заповедники. They are IUCN category 1 protected areas. They cover 33.6 million hectares, and Russia has 63 national parks that are IUCN category 2 protected areas, and they cover 26 million hectares. Also, on the federal level, Russia has 60 state reserves, so-called заказники. They are IUCN categories 3 and 4 protected areas. Then we had 17 nature monuments and 47 dendrological and botanical gardens. They are also protected areas. Total area of protected areas of Russia on federal level is 74 million hectares. On the provincial and district levels, Russia has more than 10,000 protected areas with total area of 117 million hectares. Russia has 37 Ramsar plots with an area of 11 million hectares, and only 60% of them has status of protected areas. On forest legislation, main laws that regulate forest management and protection in Russia are the following. Law on environmental impact assessment from 1995, on special protected areas, also from 1995, on environmental protection from 2002, and recent and current forest code is from 2006. There were many additions and corrections endorsed in this and other forest laws since their adoption. Federal system of forest management is the following. All forests of Russia are in federal property, so they are managed by the federal system. That includes Federal Agency of the Forest Management, that is part of the Federal Ministry of Natural Resources. In every province, there is a forestry department, and in local districts also there are local forestries, so-called лесничества in Russian. All these bureaucratic agencies observe implementation of forest legislation and timber logging by forestry companies. On forest fires, according to the official statistics, areas of the forest fires in Russia were the following. In 2022, 5.2 million hectares. In 23, 4.6 million hectares. And in this year, in 2024, only in January, July, in the first 7 months of the year, more than 4.9 million hectares. And majority of the forest fires have anthropogenic reasons. The main regions with huge forest fires are situated in Siberia and Russian forest. European Russia usually has much less forest fires than Asian Russia. During the last 80, 90 years, the high level of large forests in Siberia moved to the north in average for 35, 40 meters. In the boreal biomes, climate change moves a cone of South Taiga to the north. In 2019, Russian government issued a national plan for adaptation to the climate change. It ordered Ministry of Natural Resources and Russian Forest Service to develop special plans on adaptation to climate change before the end of 2021. And such federal plans were developed and put in internet. Strategy for development of the forest complex till 2030 was adopted in February 2021, and it has a special chapter 6 about climate policy. About land use and carbon sequestration. Scientific estimations of the volume of carbon accumulated by forest ecosystems in Russia varies from 96 to 297 billion tons, calculated by different methodologies. Activities in LULUCF sector can give a huge effect for climate mitigation. Increasing of protection of forests from fires can cut emissions of greenhouse gases for 65, 113 million tons of carbon per year. Change of logging methods and decrease of soil degradation can cut emissions of greenhouse gases for 27, 29 million tons of carbon per year. Substitution of coniferous monocultures to mixed, more stable afforestation can increase absorption of greenhouse gases for 19 million tons of carbon per year. And application of organic fertilizers can cut emissions of greenhouse gases from agricultural soils for 27 to 43 million tons of carbon per year. About reforestation and additional carbon sequestration. Russia is reforestation since 19th century for protection of agricultural fields, rivers and streams, and for compensation of trees in logging size. Afforestation for protection of agricultural lands was implemented on the territory of 5.3 million hectares during last years, but necessities are estimated for 14 million hectares. In this case, trees will also sequester carbon from atmosphere. During the last 30 years, after collapse of the Soviet Union, more than 50 million hectares of forests appeared on the abandoned agricultural fields. They are not calculated in forest statistics, and there is no forest management on these areas. Russian NGOs and scientists proposed to the Ministry of Agriculture to give these forests to the Forest Service for carbon sequestration, but Ministry of Agriculture does not allow to change the regime of those lands so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrei, and thank you, Bill. So before giving the opportunity for the audience to ask questions, maybe one question from my side. So at the moment, there's not much discussion around forests in the official negotiations here in Baku. That is likely going to change with the COP30 taking place in Brazil, in the Amazon, in Belém, and there's some expectation that this might be some kind of forest COP, but of course, potentially with a large amount of interest towards the Amazon and tropical forests. So what kind of actions can be taken, or what kind of action should governments be taken in the run-up to COP30 in Brazil to actually give greater attention to the role of forests overall, but also of northern forests as part of the solution to climate change?
Yeah, thanks. There's quite a complex question there, Wendell, because, at the end of the day, this process here, the COPs, it is very difficult to get it to do anything material that would affect forests. And I think we know that. I think what governments need to do, and I think also the scientific community separately, is to show the significance of forest protection in a way that becomes more prominent in the minds of national governments. I say national governments because it's national governments that need to take the steps needed to actually protect the forest in the way that we're talking about. The challenge also in this space is that there's also a push to try and count the carbon stored in afforestation or reforestation as carbon offset units, so that countries might seek to sell those carbon offset units to others who would then buy them and then continue to emit fossil fuel emissions, right? That's the big challenge, and it's the big problem in the nature-based solution space, actually more broadly. And of course, the real underlying issue is that governments are not putting enough money into forest protection, enough resources. So thinking about COP 30 then, and yes, I'm pretty sure that Brazil will want to have a big forest outcome, and it is talking about innovative financial or funding instruments for forest protection that don't actually connect it to the carbon market, which is a good thing, but provide an opportunity for governments and private sector to put money into a system that would then finance and protect this. Now, the question obviously arises is why only the tropical forests? So one reflection that the northern forest community could have is how they would want to basically add to what Brazil is proposing in a constructive way, provide financial resources that would benefit forest protection measures wherever they need to be, including in the boreal region, so that you can have a more globally coordinated approach. Now, like you, Wendell, I've been in this process a long time, right? And there's been a lot of talk about protecting forests ever since Rio in 1992 and everything that followed. And we sit here in a situation that Andres described where basically things have not got any better and are getting worse, not just in the tropical forest, but in the boreal region. So there needs to be obviously some step change. And I guess that's what's lying behind your question. And I think it's a matter of really trying to work out with the science community, the communities affected by industrial logging in the boreal region, to really make this a particularly big and prominent political issue, and to make sure that we establish a financing mechanism for this that doesn't simply enable more fossil fuel emissions to happen. That's the big risk I'm seeing coming out of the Article 6 discussions here at this COP, or conclusions anyway. So not a very direct answer to your question, but about the best I can do.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I would remind you that 2 weeks ago, 16th Conference of Parties of Convention on Biodiversity finished in Cali in Colombia, and they adopted agreement on joint biodiversity and climate conventions. So these two conventions, they should work together, and now it's time for climate convention to support its sister convention on biodiversity. Then it is time now for countries to update their NDCs. And it would be good if protection of forests would be included in many NDCs, not only for tropical countries, but also for boreal and temperate countries.
That's a good point, Andre. And I guess one thing to really think about for the forest community is how to implement the ideas coming from the scientific community about having separate targets in NDCs for stopping deforestation and for carbon sequestration, protection of carbon stocks and sequestration. So it's a fairly obvious idea, but there's a lot of work that would be needed to make the case for that, actually. But it's a really serious issue if we don't do it, as we'll see in the forthcoming Nature paper next week. So it's really worth because that would be a concrete linkage in a way between the space that the climate process deals with and the space that the CBD deals with. You've got a connection there. It's obviously not without its risks, because if you have a carbon sequestration target, you know from your forestry experience, that means some people, some industries will go and work out how to get an increased carbon sequestration unit, even though they've cut down the forests, destroyed the biodiversity, and planted a fast-growing plantation. So there's risks there, but it's probably worth the risk to push for that.
And also now till 2030, there is a decade of forest restoration. And I think countries not only in tropical forests, but in boreal and temperate forests also should restore their forests, and developed countries of Europe, European Union, US, Canada, they should put more attention on their forests, not only on tropical forests. And it is first COP of Climate Convention where we have Forest Pavilion and United Nations Forum on Forests together with several governments and UN agencies organize this forest pavilion, and we may come there. There would be more than 50 different activities this time in Forest Pavilion, and director of United Nations Forum on Forest, Juliette Biao, promised that in Belém also we shall have Forest Pavilion. And in Cali, it was first time from biodiversity convention COP that we had forest and water. And also governments promised that in next COP in Armenia in 2 years, COP17, also there would be forest and water day. And I think it is important to give more focus on forests, both in climate convention and in biodiversity convention. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Andre. Obviously, the link between UNFCCC and CBD is extremely important. It is a bit unfortunate that the time in between is so short, because for now, I haven't seen the request from the CBD for closer cooperation. I haven't seen it on the agenda here because time was too short, but let's see how that goes, because that will also be one of the ways to deal with Bill's concern that increased efforts focused on sequestration might have negative impacts on biodiversity. So obviously, there are good reasons for these two conventions to work together. So having said that, looking at the audience, do you have any questions you want to ask to the panel? Now is the opportunity to do so. Anybody who wants to start off? Yes. And if you could please introduce yourself before asking the question.
Thank you so much. My name is Coy. I am a social science researcher from Indiana University. I study emerging technologies when it comes to carbon removal. So, sequestration, everything in between. So Bill, right, you mentioned how you said the government should take the lead, right, in investing in forestry, in sort of like driving this forward. But Andre also mentioned that, because of climate change, it's pushing a lot of, say, like the taiga forest northwards as opposed to, its current southern region. Now, from the government perspective, right, like if I'm going to invest money in a forest plantation, only for it to become, less valuable or maybe won't grow as fast, right? Just because the region that is supposed to grow in that specific species of that specific climate, 20 years from now, right? Like that is no longer the appropriate climate for that specific species, right? So me, for example, as a government official, that's quite risky, right? Like I would not like to invest my money in a plantation if that's going to happen, like in 20 years. So I don't know what your opinions and perspectives are on that matter.
Thank you. I'm looking around whether there's other questions. Otherwise, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nice presentation. My interest is on the similar issue to the one my colleague has just raised on the approach being handled by the government. In other countries, like in Lesotho, I come from Lesotho, which is the southern part of Africa. The key transformational reform is private sector-led economy. How possible is it to drive the climate change issues with a private sector-led approach? Has it worked anywhere? Or is it the public sector-led approach because it doesn't bring imminent and immediate profits? It needs to be led by the public sector because these terms are long-term effects. We are mitigating on long-term effects. Thank you.
Could I briefly ask you to introduce yourself?
My name is Tai Machele. I come from Lesotho. I work with the government of Lesotho as the Deputy Principal Secretary within the Ministry of Gender, Youth and Social Development. Can I put more? Thank you.
I think that was fine. Thank you. Who first? Bill?
Okay, look, I think there's sort of two questions that were asked. One was about is it too risky for governments to invest in plantations? I guess you mean reforestation, afforestation in the boreal region. I guess I would put it another way, actually, that governments need to invest in enabling in establishing the policy frameworks and land management practices that would allow the boreal ecosystems to move and adjust to the rapid climate change we're experiencing, and that we're pretty sure that the best way to do that is by providing the boreal forests with relief from human-induced pressures, right? This general assumption in the ecological community is that the healthier an ecosystem is, the better able it will be to cope with the very rapid changes that it's experiencing. So I think that another way to look at this is it would be very much more risky for governments not to do that. Because the consequence would be that you would lose, let's say at the southern edge of the boreal forest, you would lose forest cover, and you would not be enabling new systems to get established. At the leading edge of the changes in the north, if you're not managing land management practices, then you could get a lock-in to low carbon systems, right? So I don't really look at it from the point of view of, afforestation, reforestation. I look at it more from the point of view of ecological land management in a rapidly changing environment. Now, the rate of change in the boreal region is very rapid, right? It's probably at least as rapid as we saw Termination 1, the most recent transition from a glacial maximum to the Holocene condition. So it's, to say the least, very challenging. And we're seeing right now leading edge indicators of that, in my view. So we're seeing the emergence of this really serious large-scale fires happening much more frequently. We're beginning to see the breakdown of the permafrost regions within these forests as well. So it's really urgent that governments do that, and the risk of not doing it is severe. I think the gentleman from Lesotho, nice that you're here. We had the pleasure some years ago of working with Lesotho as LDC chair some years ago. So a bit familiar with your country context through that experience. You've asked a general question about, which gets down to the balance between private sector versus public sector in climate policy, and I presume you mean land management particularly. I think the general lesson there is that you need governments to set up the enabling environment and rules for how the private sector can invest and solve the problems that we need solved. And the public sector rules and guidelines are very important to protect ecology, to protect landholders, and so on, and provide the security for the private sector to invest over timeframes beyond a few years. Otherwise, you will see inappropriate private sector investments happening that lead to loss of livelihoods, loss of landholder rights, and so on, and ultimately worse outcomes probably on the climate front. So it's a balance. There are plenty of positive examples, and there are plenty of negative examples. So I'm happy to talk about that offline, but it's, there's a lot that's been learned the last years on that front.
Yes, I will take Russia as an example, and for investments for forest restoration, it is more important to support natural regeneration than put money for plantations, because creation of plantations is much more expensive, And also, you need to take care of these plantations for many years and protect them from fires, from pests, and other. But I made an example that on abandoned agricultural lands, Russia got million hectares of new forests that were just naturally regenerated, and now there are 30, 40-year-old forests there. So it is not necessary to put much investments there. Just not stop this natural regeneration, and you will get very good forests. Concerning private sector in Russia, government gives rules for companies for logging and for afforestation, and we have different departments in government. One is these forest companies and observe how they do this logging and restoration. So it works quite well in Russia. So I think it is important that to take control for these companies and fine them if they violate legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Andrei. Any other questions from the audience? Yes.
So you mentioned that the government doesn't have to play such a big role in investment, but the thing is that, we don't have a lot of time left when it comes to, sort of trying to mitigate as much emissions as we can. I could see why, like letting the forest regrow naturally would be the best way forward. And I'm not saying I am opposed to it, but at the same time, right? Like if time is the one thing that we don't have, why not rely on, forest plantation? Because like that's the seemingly quickest, most efficient way to mitigate climate change, even though there are some sacrifices when it comes to say biodiversity in like the arboreal regions.
I spoke only about Russian example. I know that in tropical countries, plantations are fast growing and they are very important. In Russia, trees grow very slowly, and in this case, I think that relying on natural regeneration for also Canada for I think that it will be a good way for tropical countries. So it was just my example for Russia, maybe.
Yeah, thanks. Look, the whole issue of the scale of afforestation has been studied a lot. There's enormous literature. Most recent synthesis I'm aware of is in the IPCC Working Group 3 report, where you will find in the summary for policymakers an analysis of the mitigation options that work and the fastest and the cheapest, and you will not find afforestation, reforestation at the top, right? And why? Because, you do have serious constraints on biodiversity. The time, I think, is well past to talk about sacrificing biodiversity and other values. That's why we sit here today with a biodiversity crisis overtaking the planet as well. So I would urge you to reflect on that one for sure. There are really serious issues with large-scale afforestation, reforestation. they also go beyond biodiversity into water supply issues. You grow forests quickly or plantations quickly, and then you reduce stream flow, you reduce water availability, and you have other ecological consequences at scale, from the headwaters right down to wherever the rivers meet the sea. So I think that's another big problem that can't be underestimated. And the other thing we know about plantations is they burn. Monoculture plantations burn, and they burn like crazy. Natural regrowth also burns, but it won't burn as badly or in the same way or as frequently. So I think that's another reason to reflect on that approach as well. Just thinking about the numbers that Andre mentioned, 50 million hectares of, let's say, old field succession, to use the old term for it. It's a lot of carbon, actually. If you think average uptake in this region for a newly establishing forest ecosystem, you can correct me, but I think it's roughly 20 tons of CO2 per hectare per year for the first 40 or 50 years. That's a gigaton of carbon coming out of the atmosphere going into oil fields in Russia, right? That's a lot, and really worth protecting, actually. So it's an interesting thought experiment to think about that as well.
And I would remind you that most of soil and lithium. In tropical forests, more is in of trees, but forests of carbon is yes, we lose this carbon that is moving to rivers, to streams, and and also Bill already mentioned about importance of permafrost. If permafrost in boreal forest, a lot of methane will be released that will accelerate global warming. It's very important to protect boreal forests.
Look, I think there seem to be early signs of a permafrost collapse, I guess, happening across the boreal regions, and the carbon consequences are significant as well. But the ecological consequences are really quite serious too of permafrost collapse. I mean, it's not just ice melting; you've got whole systems beginning to collapse as a consequence, and I don't think we really know what's going to replace them. And for people who live in the region as well, the permafrost is very important. The whole infrastructure is built on permafrost. So whether it's cities, towns, runways, roads, railways, everything becomes a bit of a moving mess, frankly. So it's something that we know that we can limit this permafrost collapse by limiting warming as close as possible to 1.5 degrees. So that comes back to the issue. We've talked here about forests a lot, but the only way we're going to basically save these forests is by getting rid of fossil fuels out of the system as fast as we possibly can. From the physics of this, getting to zero emissions from fossil fuel by 2050 will halt warming around 2050 close to 1.5 degrees. So that's what we need to focus on.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Andre. Unless there are any urgent questions, I think we've come to the end of our session, and the next one is already ready. So I want to thank you for your attention. I want to thank both Andre and Bill for their very interesting presentations. And if you need any further information, you can either contact me or go to the website of the Air Pollution and Climate Secretariat, www.airclim.com, where you can also find all of our materials, the studies that Bill has been involved in, and many other written materials that we have been producing on northern forests in the last year and a half. So very much welcome to do so. And then I want to thank you and conclude this side event. Thank you all. Thank you.
One, two, three.
Habib. Hello, everyone. I hope you can all hear me. So we are officially starting the panel discussion. I firstly would like to welcome you all to this incredible panel discussion that we have a very diverse experts on the panel today. So my name is Fasibin Tariq. I am going to introduce you the organization that is bringing this all together. It's Climate Forward Pakistan. So Climate for Pakistan is a youth-led organization that is dedicated to mobilizing and empowering youth in addressing the urgent challenges of climate change. It was founded with a mission of creating a sustainable and resilient future. Climate for Pakistan basically focuses on the advocacy, education, community engagement to foster climate action across Pakistan by organizing youth-led initiatives, policy dialogues, and Climate for Pakistan also provides a platform for voices there for young leaders to voice their perspectives, promote environmental justice, and drive tangible change. Operating at both national and international level, Climate for Pakistan strives to shape a future where Pakistani youth are at the center of the climate solution, from policy advocacy to grassroots action. Uh, it is my honor to introduce our lovely panel today. We have Hannah from, and my apologies if I get someone's pronunciation of someone's name wrong, because some of these names are foreign to me. So we have Hannah, who is from Finland. She's a youth delegate for climate. We have Didar, who is an indigenous youth from Gilgit-Baltistan and a project coordinator at the Climate Forward Pakistan. We have Laura, who is circularity representative of the young Icelandic environmentalists. And we have Prasan, founding member, World Food Forum Nepal chapter, Katrina, climate advocate, researcher, and consultant. She is going to moderate this session. So Katrina, it's all yours.
Thank you so much. So, yeah, welcome to the session, and thank you very much for the organizers and the invitation to this session. Today, we want to take a look on how we can connect globally, and especially building bridges between the Arctic and South Asia for a sustainable future. So I'm very happy to be surrounded by so many wonderful panelists. And to start off, maybe as a quick start into the topic, what could lessons learned that from the Nordic countries, from the Arctic, that climate, how we can adapt to climate change and address the unique environmental challenges that we face? I'm not sure if somebody of the Nordics want to start first.
Thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much for putting together this panel to begin with. I think in the Nordic and more widely in the Arctic region, we are very privileged in how much we are able to focus on climate change. And that means that we both have a lot of solutions to share. And that also means that we have a big responsibility to also share them and to make sure they are scalable and not just limited to the Nordic region. Because obviously, while we do have that potential to come up with these solutions, both technical solutions, policy solutions, education-wise, it's also our ambitions aren't that big, which doesn't mean we shouldn't cut back on the emissions, but it also means that kind of the biggest impact we can have in the Nordic region is by offering and supporting rest of the world as well in this transition we must face. And maybe one specific example I would like to highlight from the Arctic region is the Sami, the indigenous knowledge that we have in the Arctic, where the Sami knowledge is something we are still also working on, kind of to learn to appreciate that knowledge and how invaluable it is, because climate change, it is a natural phenomena that is just aggravated by humans, and we should appreciate that indigenous knowledge and expertise on addressing it, just in terms of justice, but also just in terms of appreciating that knowledge that can be one of the keys to addressing effectively the effects.
I think we also face some different problems, which is also important to mention, because at least in Iceland, we don't depend on our glaciers for agriculture or drinking water. We have enough groundwater for that. And so it's more like an important landscape, and of course affects the surrounding ecosystems, but also all the fresh water that's being added into the sea is affecting our sea currents. So for example, the Amok, which is one of the main currents in the North Atlantic, people used to think that there was maybe like a 10 to 20% chance that it would disappear by the end of the century, which is now raised to 50 to 60%. If that happens, we might well be climate refugees after 50 to 100 years. So there's also, and that of course is also linked to the glacier of Greenland and the melting of that glacier. So I think it's also important to realize that although we also face some similar challenges, a lot of them are also different, which makes it harder to collaborate, and which is maybe why these regions have not collaborated so much in the past. But that's why I'm really grateful for this panel today, because I think it's a really important discussion to have.
Thank you so much. So first, I think we should address the obstacles a bit later on and first focus on the possibilities and also the shared values and the shared maybe things you face throughout the regions. Circling back to the inclusion of indigenous knowledge and being from Sweden, the Sami population is quite big there as well. And it's also a topic that we address there and would love to hear if also in South Asia, there maybe have been more advances to include indigenous knowledge and indigenous practices in that. Maybe the Nordics can learn from that as well. So I would love to hear from you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the amazing panel. So yes, we are talking about the bridging the gaps between Nordic and the South Asian regions. We all are facing the similar issues because of climate change, like the melting of glaciers. We have seen that the Arctic is a kind of have a privilege as compared to the South Asian regions because the mountainous communities in the South Asia, they are politically and also economically they are marginalized, and because of this climate change these communities are facing very much challenges because of the climate change, especially the melting of glaciers, which for the mountainous communities in South Asia, glaciers are the source of life. It's not just the glaciers melting, but the lives of people are melting because of climate change. So by bridging the gaps, like Arctic regions are very advanced in technology, and they also have the indigenous knowledge. And in the South Asian side, we also have very close connection with the mountains. And it's not just the mountains; it's a kind of very spiritual and cultural connection with the mountains. And our grandfathers, our parents have been living with those mountains, and our livelihoods on dependence on that. And also, the people, the tradition, the housing style, everything was in aligned with the nature. But nowadays, due to the anthropogenic activities, climate change has been hitting hard. So what we can do as a youth is to bridge those gaps so that we can transfer the indigenous knowledge of South with the Arctic region, and the indigenous knowledge and the technological advancements of the Arctic region can help us solve the issues faced by the people in the South Asia. For example, the Arctic regions are very advanced in early warning system, but that's the thing we are lacking in the South Asia. What we as a youth or environmental organization can do is we can collaborate and make platforms where we can share our knowledge, where we can bring people together from both the regions so that they can work together to bring more innovative ideas, and that can help us tackle the issues faced by both communities. Yeah.
Do you want to add something on this?
Hello, everyone. So talking about indigenous practices and aspects that can be shared between the Arctic and South Asia. So in case of Nepal, different kind of actions, plan of actions have been prepared. The first one would be local adaptation plan of action for different local communities, because Nepal, although it's a very small country, the geographical regions are vastly different. Like there's the Himalayas, then there's the plain Tarais, and there's the hills. So according to different land and geographical spaces, different kind of actions have been prepared. Similarly, there's a national adaptation program of action which executes as well as which looks over the local plan of action. And one of the thing that I guess Nepal is leading on or is doing for the sake of climate action would be engaging or promoting agroforestry in all of the three above mentioned geographical regions, meaning even in case of the Himalayas, there's a different kind of agroforestry that can be implemented. In case of hilly, different kind, and even in the Tarai. So in order to ensure that our all the actions from the food actions are connected with the climate actions. They have been promoting agroforestry in all aspects. So this can be something that can be learned by, or that can be implemented by the Arctic countries based on what kind of geographical situation, based on what kind of weather patterns and all of that are included or are prevalent in the particular region. So that's all.
Thank you so much. Like from the Indian perspective, do you have like similar opinions or experiences you would like to share?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Hina from India. So I will speak in Hindi because a little bit in Urdu. They will translate. Okay. जब क्लाइमेट चेंज की बात आती है तो हम एक दूसरे पे डालते हैं कि ये हो रहा है ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो रहे हैं और आइस मेल्ट हो रहे हैं, तो उससे क्या होता है, क्या होता है, कभी कभी रेनफॉल पैटर्न चेंज हो रहा है, कभी बारिश है, कभी सूखा है, तो कभी ये माहौलियाती तब्दीली नहीं, मैं समझती हूँ कि सोशल जस्टिस यानी इंसाफ का मसला है। तो हमें इस चीज के बारे में बात करनी चाहिए, क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में बात करनी चाहिए। इवन जब हम आर्कटिक की बात करते हैं तो पोलर आइस वो मेल्ट हो रहे हैं, तो उसके बारे में बात करते हैं, तो कभी कभी हमें लगता है कि यहाँ से रास्ते निकल रहे हैं और ऑयल और गैस का वो एक्सेस ना इजीली हो पा रहा है। लेकिन कभी कभी हमें सोचना चाहिए कि जो हमारे इकोसिस्टम है, ज्योग्राफिकल एरिया है, वो उसको बहुत ज़्यादा नुकसान हो रहा है। तो हमें इस चीज़ के बारे में बात नहीं, हमें उन लोगों के बारे में बात करनी चाहिए जो इस नुकसानात को झेल रहे हैं। तो उनको ट्रेन करने की ज़रूरत है, उनको जो अचानक से जो प्रॉब्लम्स आती है और जो वेदर पैटर्न है वो चेंज होता है, उसके बारे में उनको नॉलेज देनी चाहिए, उनको पहले से ही बता देना चाहिए, उनको ट्रेन कर देना चाहिए कि ये प्रॉब्लम हो सकती है, आप सेफली अपने जो घरों को उनको मजबूत कर लीजिए। और थोड़ा पहले से जो प्री ट्रेनिंग हमको दे देनी चाहिए। और हमें सबसे पहले ज़रूरत है कि उनको नॉलेज शेयरिंग की, कि उनको सबसे ज़्यादा नॉलेज दी जाए, उनको उसके बारे में बताना चाहिए कि ये प्रॉब्लम्स हो सकती है, ये कि तुम्हें इस चीज़ के लिए तैयार रहना चाहिए, क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है। क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग हैं उनको क्लाइमेट चेंज के बारे में नहीं पता। इवन मैं जानती हूँ कि जो मेरा एरिया है वहाँ पे पीपल डोंट नो अबाउट क्लाइमेट चेंज एंड वो उसके बारे में जानना भी नहीं चाहते। तो मैं समझती हूँ ये बहुत खतरनाक बात है, इवन बहुत ही ज़्यादा खतरनाक बात है। हमें इस चीज़ के बारे में बात करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये सोशल जस्टिस यानी इंसाफ का मसला है। तो हमें क्लाइमेट चेंज के लिए फाइट करनी चाहिए, उन लोगों को भी अवेयर करना चाहिए जो वहाँ पे रहे हैं, क्योंकि बहुत ज़्यादा माइग्रेशन हो रहा है और लोगों को एक घर से दूसरे घर उनको पलायन करना पड़ा है, वो घर बेघर हो रहे हैं। तो हमें उनके बारे में सोचना चाहिए। इवन गैस का और ऑयल का कोई यूज़ नहीं है जब तक हमारी हेल्थ अच्छी नहीं है और हमें अच्छा एटमॉस्फेयर नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तो वो सारी चीज़ों के बारे में हमें सोचना चाहिए। इवन हम क्योंकि इंसान ना एक लालची बनता जा रहा है, वो किसी के बारे में नहीं सोच रहा है, आने वाली जनरेशन के बारे में नहीं सोच रहा है। हम ग्लोबल वार्मिंग हो रही है, ये इंसानों के लिए नहीं, जानवरों के लिए नहीं, बल्कि एनवायरमेंट पर भी इसका बहुत ज़्यादा असर पड़ रहा है। तो हमें इस चीज़ के बारे में सोचने की ज़रूरत है, लोगों को अवेयर करने की ज़रूरत है और एंगेज करने की ज़रूरत है। क्योंकि मैं समझती हूँ कि यूथ ही क्लाइमेट चेंज के अगेंस्ट फाइट बेटर वे में कर सकते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि लोगों को, यूथ्स को इसके लिए आगे आना चाहिए।
So, just to translate there, what she said, she basically highlighted that climate change and the melting of glaciers. It is not a problem just of something that is caused by climate change, and we shouldn't consider it just as an adverse effect, but it is a problem of social justice, because with the melting of climate change, we see that states are seeing it as an opportunity, and they are seeing it is as an opportunity, because we can find oil and gas reserves in these areas. And she is basically highlighting the problem that we have to have a human centric approach when we look at this, because it is damaging the people's livelihood, it is damaging people's forcing peoples to migrate, and there's a lot of it that she mentioned that came at the same dynamics of human security. So the main point she was highlighting was that we shouldn't be that opportunist when it comes to such topics, and we should be human centric in our approach.
Thank you very much. Also, thank you very much for the translation. Now moving forward, I would like to address what specific collaborative actions the Arctic and South Asia regions could take to combat climate-induced challenges, such as the mentioned glacier melts or also water scarcity that was mentioned before.
I think we might all agree that there's quite a lot of actions and quite a lot of bridges that we could build. I think to begin with, the easiest would be to maybe build bridges between those actors that might already have a strong sense of consensus. So while countries might struggle a bit more to reach consensus, I think, for example, as this panel illustrates, the youth in these countries, for example, are probably a lot more able to find consensus, as well as the scientific communities as well, maybe, who are usually, you know, all kind of on the side of science and science-based in their approaches, as well as the maybe indigenous peoples, and to join our forces in fighting for those that knowledge to be included. So in my eyes, I know that in Finland, for example, we have for scientists, we have the Finnish like climate council or a climate panel. We have for Sami people, we also recently established a Sami climate council that is for Sami knowledge specifically when it comes to climate change. And then we also have our youth climate councils. I feel like these kind of bodies and structures would be, and if there are any kind of similar ones in South Asian regions, I think building bridges between those organizations, groups, panels, whatever first, and then kind of building on from there could be kind of a good place to start.
Yeah, I will add on like this scope is a kind of opportunity for the youth to build transnational or transcultural connections. For example, our countries might have geopolitical tension. They will find difficulties in agreeing on a point, but we as the youth who are working on environmental changes, climate changes, and we are very enthusiastic and passionate about working on the environmental justice. So what I see, it's an opportunity that we, the youth, has the responsibility, and it's up our obligation that we should make these transnational connections, and we can work on issues. For example, we have a lot of organization like Climate Forward Pakistan, and there are a lot more organizations who are working in Pakistan. So we can connect with the organization in the Arctic regions. We can have a platform. We can have discussions. We can share our ideas. For example, in the northern region, we have a kind of the ice stupas, which we call the artificial glaciers. It's a kind of technique to build artificial glaciers. So it's a kind of a solution for the melting glaciers, which we, the people of the north, can share with the people of the Arctic region, so that we can share our ideas and our solution to tackle the climate change and to tackle the issue of melting glaciers. Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with the power of youth and the importance of including youth, because we are the generation that is seeing firsthand glaciers disappear and will have to face the consequences. Of course, people are already facing the consequences. I just mean that we will obviously have to face increasing consequences. I also wanted to highlight two things, like citizen science is something that has been done in Iceland. There's something called the Icelandic Glaciology Society, and they do a lot of citizen science. So where experts get science from like civic society directly, or public citizens, and there's a really strong community around it, and they organize like trips both for educational and recreational purposes, and also some research trips. The other thing I would like to mention is more the theory of like the legal rights of nature, which is something that touches upon indigenous knowledge. So we in Iceland, there's this project called Kjósumjökull, where a lot of youth was involved in making Snæfellsjökull, which is a glacier in Iceland, run for president in the last presidential elections. So we used one person's, like they used one person's social security number, and then they actually put it on the list of potential so people that you could vote for to become the next president. And that was like really powerful. They created a really powerful campaign around it. And it was really powerful to emphasize that, you know, we youth want a future where like the rights of nature are respected just as much as the rights of people are, at least in Iceland. So I think things linked to the legal rights of nature are something that we could definitely collaborate on between these two regions, because this is something that's quite newly been discussed, but is increasingly happening all around the world and in different regions. So yeah.
So as mentioned by my fellow panelists, there are tons of things that can be done by the youth. Definitely, even when the topic was first, when I first came across the topic, it just felt like how are these two countries or these two part of the world related, and how can they move together? And like we do not live in a realistic world, so there is no possibility that the governments will collaborate or they will do something. So here, I think, is where youths come into play. So there's no geopolitical tension, or there's no any kind of resource competition amongst the youth, right? So all of us are here to better the world in some way or the other. So the first one of the things that I think can be worked upon would be research. A research in a sense that all of the countries are facing climate change, the impacts of climate change, and they are at the same time they are proposing and executing adaptation and mitigation practices as well, right? So as mentioned earlier, although we belong to different parts of the world, there are similar niche groups or geographical areas where similar kind of adaptation techniques, similar kind of mitigation techniques can work. So in that sense, I believe that research led by youths can be worked upon, so that at least if some sort of research is done in a collaborative way, then if the findings are shared between just 2 or 3 countries, then the knowledge, there is knowledge sharing, there is belief sharing, and at the same time there is this sort of sentiment that like if we move ahead together, it's like you will reach. If you go alone, you will reach further, but if you go together, like you will reach in a good way, right? So that can be worked upon. The next thing I believe, so I, as mentioned earlier, so I am currently engaged as the founding member and the president of World Food Forum Nepal chapter, and there we have been primarily focusing on social media and the kind of impact that social media can have, right? So even right now, even like we will just, all of us will definitely share what we did in today's session and all of that. So it will have a ripple effect, right? So maybe we can launch something as simple as like launching a campaign that basically focuses on the kind of activities done by young people, or the kind of activities done by indigenous people of a particular community, that will be helpful, right? So for example, we had launched a online SDG campaign. It was called Digo Actions. So Digo basically means sustainable in Nepali. So sustainable actions campaign, right? So there we asked our fellow members, we asked our youths to share what they were doing to make the world sustainable. So and to address which particular sustainable development goals their actions would be accelerating to achieve. So in many of them, we're talking about like reducing food waste, or using like bio oils and different other things. But most of the responses that we got, or most of the campaign content that was posted, was mostly focused on SDG 13, that is climate action. So some people of the indigenous community, I mean indigenous youth, they were sharing what kind of particular agricultural practices that their community is currently working on or is executing, so that it shows a relatively better effect, and it is helpful to adapt against the effects of climate change. So I believe that research and sharing of the research in one way, and another would be social media campaigns in which the different parts of this globe, youths of different parts of this globe can come together and share knowledge. Those two things would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. If I talk about the data, average 21.6 million globally people had migrate due to climate change over past decade, and 120 million people were displaced. It's and it's not about the past year. It's every year. It's happen every year. So मैं कहती हूँ कि जब इतना कुछ हो रहा है, तो मुझे लगता है कि जब हम ग्लोबली देखते हैं, तो हमें जो एक कंट्री का जो गैप है ना, उसको दूर करना चाहिए, आपस में बातें करनी चाहिए, दूसरी कंट्री में क्या हो रहा है, हमारी कंट्री में क्या हो रहा है, तो बहुत सारे सॉल्यूशन निकल के आएंगे। इवन मेरी कंट्री में क्या हो रहा है, हम उनको शेयर करेंगे, उनको मुझे लगता है कि शायद वो बहुत सारे इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़ लेकर आएँ ताकि सॉल्यूशन निकल पाए। तो इस सारे गैप को हमें ख़त्म करना है और ये हम सबकी लड़ाई है क्योंकि ये एक इंटरनेशनल इशू है। तो ये मेरे देश की बात नहीं है, मेरे गाँव की बात नहीं, बल्कि इंटरनेशनल इशू है, इसमें हम सबको साथ आने की ज़रूरत है। इवन 2.2 मिलियन पीपल still live lack of access safely manage water, and 3.5 million billion people still have lack of सेफली मैनेज सैनिटेशन। सो जब हम ऐसी सारी बात करते हैं, डेटा निकल के आता है, तो हमें सोचना चाहिए कि हम सबको साथ आने की ज़रूरत है, ये हम सबकी लड़ाई है। तो हमें इस पे बात करनी चाहिए। यूथ, मुझे लगता है कि यूथ्स के पास बहुत सारे इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़ होते हैं और बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं। तो हमें ना आपस में मिलके एक कोलैबोरेशन होना चाहिए, रिलेशनशिप होनी चाहिए, ताकि हम इन मसलों पे बात कर सकें और लोगों को अवेयर कर सकें, और वो पीपल्स जो इस पे काम कर रहे हैं, यूथ्स हैं, उनको तैयार कर सकें, जो कि जो प्रॉब्लम्स हैं जो होने वाली हैं वो उससे पहले से ही लोगों को अवेयर कर दिया जाए। तो मुझे लगता है कि हम सबकी ये हम सबकी लड़ाई है और हम सबको साथ आने की ज़रूरत है। दैट्स
So I would again translate. She basically talked about the importance of collaboration between the states, and there's this gap between between the gaps and their youth even. And she's recommending that there should be a platform where youth can exchange their innovative ideas, and it is important that the knowledge should be shared between states so that these innovative ideas can eventually materialize into something productive, and they can mitigate or these challenges of climate change. So she is talking about the shared responsibility that we all have.
Thank you so much. And it perfectly leads into my next question. I mean, it's super inspiring and motivating to hear like what's happening in your countries, what you're working on, or what like also people's ideas and actions are. I mean, making a glacier run for president is amazing. Like, it's a very brilliant idea, at least from my perspective. But I feel like we talked a lot about what's happening in our region and our countries. And I would like to also, what you said, talk about more about how we can facilitate or empower those two regions to collaborate with each other, especially youth. I mean, we can't force our governments that easily, sadly, but we can like engage with our own like communities, networks, and then also like kind of collaborate with each other. So maybe this like side event here at COP29 could be like the first step into such collaborations, and that we could learn from each other. So I would love to hear if you have any like takes on that, maybe even ideas how we can take this discussion forward and make it into concrete steps and actions. Anybody want to start?
No, definitely. I when I got the questions for this panel, I was nervous because I was like, I don't feel like I know that much about the impacts on climate change in terms of glaciers in South Asia. Like, I know what I've learned in school and what I see on social media, but that is obviously not close to what it actually is. So definitely, like, knowledge sharing is one of the first like and very very important steps, and also I completely agree with making some kind of like collaborative council or even just a group chat or you know something where people start sharing knowledge on this so that we become more aware of it, and especially like less about the differences between these regions, but also yeah, like what do we face that is similar and how can we then tackle that together. So I completely agree on that.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, and I definitely agree with a lot of the points that were already raised even before this question on like kind of potential points of collaboration. For example, like working on social media campaigns or other projects, counts like whatever. I think just while a group chat is would be good as well. I think that way to really establish that collaboration would be to like work together and kind of to establish the similarities and the aspirations, the visions, the dreams we share by working together on them. And I think there are multiple ways we can go about them. I feel like these forums like COP and COI before COPs are so invaluable in being able to actually see face to face. And I think we should use those opportunities to kind of birth something out of them, birth these projects and collaborative events, whatever. One concrete idea that comes to mind is this in the North, again, saying that we are privileged and we have maybe a bit more like funding opportunities as well in the North, and taking advantage of them. And maybe on the point of knowledge sharing, maybe we would be able to even facilitate some sort of like exchange between the two regions, where we would actually be able to go to each other's region, actually see them in real life, which would really deepen the understanding and the collaboration. So taking advantage of this kind of Nordic funds, for example, that do fund these sort of study exchanges, for example, could be a concrete step to actually make that bridge.
I will add like staying in touch with each other. For example, we are connected here in COP, so we can not wait for the upcoming COP to just get connected, but we can stay connected throughout the year so that we can share our challenges, we can share the funding opportunities, we can share our ideas, so that we can work collectively on making an organization or a council where we can discuss ideas. And also, I think the exchange program can be very beneficial, like going to Nordic, so people from the South Asia can go to the Nordic region to experience the challenges faced by the communities, and also not just experience the challenges, but see what the community has done to tackle those challenges, what are the youth engaged in, what kind of strategies are youth involved in, and then inviting those people from the Nordic region to our region so that we can show them that what kind of indigenous practices we the people in the South Asia are doing to help tackle the climate change, and what are our challenges, so that we can work and make a platform where we just by talking to each other, by sharing to each other, then the knowledge exchange and the exchange programs can be a very, I can say that it will have a very ripple effect, which can help us stay connected and tackle the issue of climate change. Yeah.
Right now, all of us present in this panel are definitely representing one or the other organizations, right? So, as mentioned by my fellow panelists, I think the first step that we should take right after this would be like getting connected on different forms of social media or other things. And then we will just know, like, considering that each of us belong to some organizations, we will definitely share what our organization is doing. Our organization's main work of action or main priority may not be exactly climate action, but we all definitely touch upon that subject one way or the other. So, like, connecting with each other and sharing what our organization, what each of our organization or any other initiatives, entities are taking, approaches that they are taking can be shared with each other. So that would be one space for collaboration. Other would be like something similar to this, like we can again collaborate on doing something virtual. Right now, considering that we are youths and like we may not all be very financially stable and not be able to fund ourselves for exchange program right now, that day will come, but it may not happen very soon. But for now, we can just collaborate. Again, we have all been here, we have like gotten to know each other, so the next step can be using the virtual world. So COVID-19 has gave us a lot of insight how it can be mobilized very effectively. So maybe we can all come together again under our organizers and maybe organize another kind of such a virtual event and share regarding what is happening in our countries. And we all will go back and we will reflect on what we've said, but we'll also reflect on what our fellow panelists had said, right? So maybe we have already found some sort of common ground on which we need to speak further, or which needs to be dug deeper. So that is for now.
Okay. If I talk about my project, National Youth Climate Consortium, I'm the climate champion of Young India under National Youth क्लाइमेट कंसोर्टियम सपोर्टेड बाय युवा यूनिसेफ। तो हमारा जो प्रोजेक्ट है उसमें बाकी जो हर स्टेट से अपने अपने स्टेट को रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है, अपने अपने स्टेट की प्रॉब्लम्स लेके आ रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है मुझे ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली है कि मैं बाकी लोगों से मिल पाऊँ कि जो हमारा जो प्रोजेक्ट है बाकी कंट्री से कैसे मैच करता है, कैसे हम साथ में मिलके काम कर सकते हैं। तो मुझे यहाँ पे आके लग रहा है कि सब लोग आए हैं, सब सपोर्ट करने के लिए आए, इवन काम करने के लिए आए हैं। वो जानना चाहते हैं एक दूसरे के बारे में और जो आइडियाज हैं उनको कलेक्ट करके फिर अपने प्रोजेक्ट को और कैसे बेटर वे में कर सकता है। तो मुझे लगता है जो बीच में लोग आते हैं जिनके मुझे लगता है कि उनके जो माइंड का जो पॉल्यूशन है उसको दूर करना चाहिए पहले, देन सारा पॉल्यूशन ऑलरेडी खत्म हो जाएगा। तो यहाँ पे आके बहुत अच्छा लगा सबसे मिलके, और बहुत अच्छा एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जो मैं नॉलेज गेन कर रही हूँ और अपनी बात कह पा रही हूँ, लोगों से मिल पा रही हूँ। तो बहुत अच्छा लगा। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, सब लोग अपने हैं और हम सबको साथ में मिलके काम करना। थैंक यू।
Uh, am I audible? So she is basically highlighting the importance of events like this COP. She is saying that uh, being from India, she has brought her local perspective and the her problems of her own local area to such a forum, and she appreciates this opportunity to meet such people. And for the youth collaboration, such platforms and access to such platforms is very important as well, so that people can talk to each other, people can share their ideas, and people can also learn from each other at such platforms. So the access, basically the South Asian countries, for people in South Asian countries, the access to such platforms is somewhat relatively difficult. She appreciates the opportunity basically.
Thank you so much. I don't want to throw a bumper in this conversation. It's very like inspiring to hear all the ideas, but I also would like to be, I don't know, honest or truthful. There might be obstacles and hurdles on the way to foster such collaboration and efforts together. So I would like, as a last question, to quickly address those and be like, okay, what's could be there to hinder such collaboration and also over like regional and international engagement, especially between youth, and how do we can overcome those hurdles? So this time maybe I can start here and then we go around the other way.
Can you explain what she said?
या सो वो ये कह रही हैं कि जब आप कोलैबोरेशन की बात करते हो तो उसके अंदर बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स भी आ जाती हैं। तो एज अ यूथ रिप्रेजेंटेटिव आपको क्या लगता है कि वो प्रॉब्लम्स क्या हैं आपके लिए, और उन प्रॉब्लम्स को कैसे आप लोग ओवरकम कर सकते हो?
जब हम साथ में यूथ्स मिलके काम करते हैं तो हमें लगता है कि मैं उससे बेटर हूँ, मैं उससे बेटर हूँ। तो ये सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है कि हमें लगता है कि मैं ही कर रहा हूँ सब कुछ। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि हर कोई अपने फील्ड में अच्छा करा है तभी वो यहाँ तक आया है। तो किसी न किसी सबकी स्टोरी के पीछे एक बहुत बड़ी कहानी बहुत बड़ी स्टोरी हो सकती है हर इंसान के पीछे। तो मुझे लगता है कि हर एक इंसान को जरूरत है जो यहाँ पे आया है उसकी स्टोरी को ध्यान से सुने। वेदर इट इज मैं कहना चाहती हूँ कि चाहे वो बहुत ही ज्यादा एक गरीब देश से हो या फिर बहुत ही उसका जो बैकग्राउंड है बहुत वैसा हो, और मुझे लगता है कि शायद वो अपने आप को अच्छे से रिप्रेजेंट नहीं कर पा रहा हूँ, लेकिन कोई ना कोई वजह है जो वो यहाँ तक आया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि हम सबको एक दूसरे की प्रॉब्लम समझने की जरूरत है और सबको एक जैसा समझने की और सबका साथ देने की जरूरत है।
So she is basically saying that when people come to such platforms and when people work together, generally there's this notion that one is better than other. Global North, the people and organizations from Global North, they are doing some great work, and people or organizations from Global South, they are not doing they're not doing something at par. So this is something that she feels that people should respect each other. People should respect each other's stories and context, because everyone's struggle is different, and it is only when we understand and the backdrop of anyone's story, so that we appreciate and we understand their struggles, and we become more responsible toward addressing what they bring to the table.
I would like to second what my fellow panelists just said. So, as mentioned, there is this huge disparity between the global south and the global north. It may be in terms of like social aspects or economic aspects or like even day to day life basis aspect. So there's a huge disparity. In this context, I believe again the human emotions and psychology come into play. Like I being from the global south, I believe like the young people of the global north are, maybe I feel like they are getting better opportunities. Even in this very event, you may be able to see that representation from the global south is limited, right? Like it's not 50-50. We don't expect it to be exactly 50-50, but it's very less, right? So I feel like I personally feel like we are being robbed of opportunities. There's this feeling, and I may not be the proper person to see this. I mean, I've not lived in their shoes, but at the same time, the people from the global north, maybe they are feeling like we are getting this sort of opportunity, or we are being prioritized because our government in some sort of way is paying for, or it's giving financing to other people. Like, so economically, the governments of the global north, they are contributing more for the climate finance, and they're contributing more for different kind of development funds and different other kinds of fund to the global south. So it's like global north may be feeling like we are helping in the way that we can. It's more efforts need to be taken from the global south perspective. So maybe there's that. So we should not just be limited to other aspects, but as mentioned by my fellow panelists, we should focus on that the problems and the situations, the impacts that will be faced will be more like more or less similar in the whole earth. Like there will be a disparity in the kind of impact. Maybe the global south will face more floods, or it will face more any other climate disaster, but there will be other kind of and more even like similar kind of drastic natural disasters and others in the global north as well, right? So although the impacts will be different, although the kind of scenario that we face will be different, but it's it's like it needs to be focused that all of us at the end of the day will face some sort of impact. So keeping all of the other economic, social, this, that, better opportunity or this, that aspect aside, we should just all move ahead thinking that at the end of the day, we are all humans. The earth is going to make us pay for what we have been doing to them, what the human line as a whole has been doing to them, and move ahead with that mentality.
Yeah, that was very inspiring. I'm taken a bit aback. I completely agree with what you've said, and I know that I have way less knowledge on it than you do because I am in a privileged position here from the global north, and it is so important that we are aware of it. But also, the global north is majority at fault for what is going on. And that is also why I think it's so important that youth from the global north tries to be loud and tries to do a lot. And maybe sometimes that seems like then we are like getting more opportunity than this and that. And I do not agree with that. I don't think we should be getting more opportunities because we are all equals here. But I'm also thinking from that perspective, in some ways, like we should be yelling even louder at our governments because they are the ones who are at fault for what is happening. And our big corporations that sometimes, yeah, then go to the global south to like flee regulations and this and that and pollute your waters and your glaciers and, you know, your surroundings. So I think the biggest solution to tackle glaciers melting is to reduce emissions. And like, I hate that I'm saying this again and again, but like we should be reducing emissions drastically and we should be doing so now, like immediately, not in 2 years, not in 3 years. And there's no country escaping it or, oh no, it's not our responsibility because we don't actually pollute a lot, like the Nordics tend to say. So like, I think it's so important that you are sharing what you are sharing here. And it's also important that we go back home and we say, look what is going on, like look what is happening, not just in the global north. Oh, there was one flood in Spain, one flood here. There's floods every day in some of your countries. Like, just I can't emphasize enough how much empathy I have for you and how much I want I want the situation to be different. So yeah, I encourage you to continue talking and sharing what you are doing, because it really does have an impact. And for me, I'm like deeply impacted by what I'm experiencing at COP and the people that I'm talking to from different perspectives than me. And I think it's so important. So thank you.
Laura put it so perfectly. What I was also thinking during these wonderful speeches before me. Yeah, we have very different problems, and agree on the point of not knowing enough at all, and at the point of this being kind of like a starting point for a conversation, because there's so much more learning to do both ways, always, but especially I feel like from the global north, like for us to learn from the global south. But if I would dare to suggest something as kind of a solution that was maybe asked by the question prompt, would be to see these different problems we face as a sort of opportunity for collaboration. The fact that the problems we face are so different means that we should be collaborating on them, because we have different problems also means that we have different potential to solve those problems. Maybe maybe global south doesn't face a particular problem we face in the global north because you already have a solution for that, and vice versa. So I think the fact that we have such different problems, maybe we have more funding, that's something maybe that you guys don't have, and that's another potential for collaboration to effectively solve the problems. I don't think they are actually like problems of the north or problems of the south. Like, they are problems of humankind, and we should all collaborate, and the fact that they are different in these two regions is a reason we need to collaborate. I think one point on maybe that's hindering the collaboration, or that might hinder the collaboration, is just the fact that because we have these problems, we're just all damn busy. This is, it's an urgent need, but this is also a lot. And we've all talked about like how it's the responsibility of the youth as well, and how it's also not only a responsibility, but maybe just something that has to happen through the youth. And we have we have a lot of stuff to do. We have a lot on our plate, and it's very unfortunate that it does fall on the youth, because we don't have the same capacity, the same resources. So we just really do need to make the most with what we've got and the resources we have. And that's why it is so important to collaborate and have these conversations from the start, and actually identify what would be the purpose for collaboration, not just like kind of collaborating for the sake of collaborating, but actually doing something meaningful and finding those meaningful points of collaboration together.
Yeah, I guess my fellow panelists has mentioned all these, and I totally agree with them. The point which I will add is like, we, the youth, has the responsibility to understand that without addressing the social inequalities in the world, we cannot achieve social justice or climate justice. The first thing is to address the social inequalities. We are talking about global north. So we have the history of colonized and the colonizer. So there is a kind of geopolitical tension. As it's our youth, is it's our responsibility that we should understand that the people in the global north were colonized by the people in the global south were colonized by the global north. And that's why there's the reason that we are seeing less opportunities for the youth of global south. And we need that collaboration, that we should bring more people from these indigenous communities, the people who have always been excluded from political scenarios, economic scenarios, and now the climate change, which has been hitting them very hard. So it's a kind of platform for us that we should, it's the chance for it's the opportunity for us to collaborate on our shared challenges so that we can find out solutions for the challenges. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Like, it's always so inspiring and impactful to listen to all of you. And I think we couldn't have more perfect closing remarks. Unfortunately, the hour already came to an end, but I think what we can all take home from this very important conversation is we have so much like same opinions and energy, and we all fight for the same thing. Even though we come from a different corner of the world, we have different experiences or backgrounds, and also opportunities and possibilities to engage. We do have a shared understanding of the situation, and there is the wish to collaborate and to actively engage with each other, which I think is so, so important. And to what you just said at the end, I think it's never like enough to repeat that social justice, human rights, equality, and equity are the foundation to climate justice. We can't ask for climate justice without addressing those issues and addressing those thematics. And we also can't say that we want a just transition or like climate action and so ever if we do not ask for climate justice and demand it, because clearly the world leaders are not there yet to understand it. So I think that's also our role as like children and youth here on Crowded COP to really fight for it, because here we have the possibilities to engage and we have the possibilities to connect with each other and become an even stronger international movement for climate justice, which I think is very, very crucial and important. So thank you so much for like taking the time, coming here. Thank you so much for the organizers for Climate Forward Pakistan to like arrange this meeting, invite such wonderful speakers. So yeah, thank you so, so much. And I hope we see each other around and maybe in future projects as well. Right, but yeah, so much. I tried to finish 15 minutes earlier because I saw your message in the group chat. I think very great. Oh yeah, I think one thing that we should definitely do is the conversation already. Well, I think we have to pass that conversation come down, but I think they would be very interested. Yeah. Yeah, you're quite engaged with that. Right. Well, let's look at all the systems today. So I think so for me personally, right, creating like the South Asian Arctic population, people were like, why are you taking from whole of the or regional? So like, let's do just for South Asia or just Arctic. And I think it works really well. Bring that together. Yeah. Yes, thank you, Hannah. Thank you for coming. Yeah. All right. Being a great spot right here. I'm very grateful to see you. I didn't use this conversation. Yeah.
Mike, ले लो.
देना गिफ्ट कर देते हैं
So everyone is a party. Oh, you're free.
Ты третий. Hello, Christy. You can have this seat if you don't mind. Hello, everyone. I'm glad you all to our next session representing Resource Management Young Member Group of United Nations Economic Commission for Europe and BRICS Youth Energy Agency. And we are very glad to have a very exciting and insightful panel today. And first, I would like to introduce our guest. We have here Christy Disney-Bruckner, Law and Policy Director of the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance. We have Sarah Olsvik, Chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council. Alia Mrovchinska, Project Coordinator at Resource Management YAM Member Group and Board Member at Regeneration 2030. As well as Anna Loginova, expert of the International Cooperation Department and BRICS YEA Young Member Group representative on critical minerals. But 1 moment. I hope okay, I can use the mic. Okay, now I can use the mic. Is it better now? Okay, really sorry about it. Then this is not the first panel of Resource Management Young Member Group at this pavilion. We have already had a really nice session on standards and skills today in the morning, led by Bianca, the head of RMYNG, and it was really nice to hear different perspectives on what is needed for critical minerals for energy transition. And now we are going to continue this topic and hear different perspectives on this intergenerational equity, on the importance of preserving the environment at the same time when ensuring the sustainable livelihoods of those who actually have and live at these territories, which are holding really great reserves of critical minerals and other very important materials. So first, I would like to give the floor to Sarah Olsvik, the chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, because we at Resource Management Member Group, in our guidebook on critical minerals, actually stated that we have that indigenous peoples live on territories that hold over 50% of undiscovered critical minerals that are needed for energy transition. And the energy transition actually requires us to fourfold the mining activities. Therefore, it is very important for indigenous peoples to express their view on how it is better to just explore this topic. The floor is yours, Sarah.
Royana Røstor, thank you for the introduction and for the invitation to this panel. And I'm just very warmed by the heart that the youth of UNICE is doing this work and also focusing on the rights of indigenous peoples. Yes, you're completely right. The known deposits, 54% of the known deposits are on or near the lands of indigenous peoples. And I think we all know that extractive industries have played a significant negative role in terms of land grabbing, in terms of violations of the rights of indigenous peoples, in terms of not including indigenous peoples as beneficiaries of the resources that were taken from their lands for centuries. That goes for where I come from, and it goes for many different indigenous peoples around the world. So when we are invited into a room where we can take part in formulating some of the fundamental principles or guiding principles to how to approach that big challenge, because we will need critical energy transition minerals, a larger or smaller amount, according to how we will conduct ourselves in the future to pull ourselves away from the fossil fuel-based energy production and consumption, and realizing and recognizing the need to transition in a just way. The UN Secretary General established a panel to come up with guidelines and guiding principles in that sense. And it was my great pleasure and honor to contribute together with Christy and others to this panel's work. And the most important part of our contribution as Indigenous peoples was, of course, the full recognition of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as a basic principle for all aspects of critical energy transition, mineral exploration, exploitation, and value chains. But also, of course, going a bit deeper into the decision-making processes so that we ensure that decision-making processes on projects live up to the obligation of states affirmed in the UN Declaration to obtain the free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous peoples prior to the approval of any project. And I think that's a basic principle that we saw, basic rights that we saw echoed also in the Just Transition Summit that indigenous peoples themselves held in October this year in Geneva. So we now have two very important documents that speak to how we can ensure a just transition, taking into account the consideration and question, who are we thinking about when we are thinking about justice, and whose justice are we ensuring in that process? Basically, for indigenous peoples, it's about the right of self-determination. And many indigenous peoples, on the basis of exercising their right of self-determination, do want to be miners. But they also want to say no to some projects, like we do in my homeland, in Galashinunaat, Greenland. So I think that there are many diversity and aspects that show how diverse we are as indigenous peoples. But the most fundamental principles must be to respect the right of self-determination and implement the processes of obtaining the free, prior, and informed consent of indigenous peoples, no matter what we are talking about around mining.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And as you touched upon the the Secretary General's panel, I would like now to pass the floor to Christy to tell us a little bit about the insights from this very important work. And maybe you can start from just telling about your organization initiative on responsible mining assurance, and how does this ensure intergenerational equity?
Thank you. So IRMA, the Initiative for Responsible Mining Assurance, is a international standard for industrial mining, and we're used around the world on over 53 types of mined material. We're not used for metallurgical coal due to the climate impact of metallurgical coal. We're not used for deep seabed mining due to the concerns around the marine environment and complexities of doing a third-party audit in the deep seabed and other reasons. And we're also not used for uranium due to the different nature of uranium and other mineral resources. But we are very broadly applicable, and the IRMA standard is a really special document that was formed over more than 10 years of work across jurisdictions, across public and private sectors, to understand what is a shared definition for responsible mining. If we're asking for purchasing companies to use responsibly mined material. What does that mean? So the IRMA standard clarifies what responsible mining is, and it is a living, breathing document that is informed by the experience of Indigenous rights holders, affected communities, workers on the site level, as well as mining companies, purchasing companies, investors, governments, academics who really inform the work and help us periodically update the standard and system. And the system is governed by 6 houses. NGOs, affected communities and Indigenous rights holders, workers, mining companies, investors, and purchasing companies who all have equal power, equal voting rights in our governance system. And that's really core to who we are. And we have impact by having independent third-party audits at the site level that are available for anyone to see the performance of a mine site based on not only desk-based review, but engagement at the site level to understand what is the impact of the mine site. And we really want to involve more youth in our work. So I'm very happy to be here, to be a resource for you, to engage more deeply, to learn from you, because we are talking about intergenerational equity. And we don't use the term sustainable mining. Mineral resources are non-renewable resources, and we understand if we're going to develop them, and we respect the right of Indigenous rights holders to say, no, we don't want to develop them. But if they are going to be developed, let's do that in a responsible way. And that's especially important when it comes to this non-renewable resource. So we were invited to join the UN Secretary General's panel on critical energy transition minerals earlier this year. And alongside Sarah and others, I was able to have input on behalf of IRMA into this process of clarifying, what would a global vision look like for a more just and equitable transition. And we had really genuine conversations between state actors and non-state actors, which was a remarkable achievement in and of itself of this panel, to really have a whole of UN approach, bringing in cross agencies of the United Nations, from the UN Conference on Trade and Development to the UN Environmental Program, and the UN Secretary General and his entire team, and the Climate Champions team, to help clarify a succinct, we had to be succinct. We weren't initially, but we did deliver, as the Secretary General announced on Wednesday, a set of 7 guiding principles for critical energy transition minerals, and a set of 5 actionable recommendations. It was important to IRMA and others on the panel that we not stop at just elaborating principles. There are so many sets of principles in the world, and it is absolutely helpful to have a shared vision, but what we need now is implementation of those at a site level, and that's incredibly important. So I'm happy to go into what the actual principles are, if there's time for that. Just give a very brief overview. So part of the work of the panel, because we only had about 4 months to complete our work, was to really base our effort on existing UN declarations and agreements, including the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and not to come up with something new when it comes to principles, but really build something that we can bring a global consensus around. So those topics are around human rights, around transparency, accountability, and anti-corruption measures necessary to ensure good governance, multilateral and international cooperation, safeguarding the environment and biodiversity, justice and equity, benefit sharing, value addition, and economic diversification, responsible and fair investments, finance, and trade. And our set of 5 actionable recommendations include the first step, which will be completed by the first quarter of next year, is to set up a high-level expert group that will continue the work of that the panel began and work on implementation at the site level, forming a global traceability, transparency, and accountability framework. Third is a global mining legacy fund. Fourth is an initiative to empower artisanal and small scale miners. And fourth is targets and timelines for material efficiency and circularity. And I'm really excited about the steps that we can take together with your support, your engagement, and the next steps of the panel, and see how we can implement these principles and recommendations.
Thank you very much, Christy. Yes, as Resource Management Young Member Group, we are actually looking forward to the implementation, and we all already work on the prospects of monitoring these activities in each and every nation, as we are a truly international group containing every young community from all the member states. So this is a very important take. Now I would like to pass the floor to Natalia to just tell about her research and her work on the intergenerational equity. What is actually intergenerational equity in mining, and how does it pave the way to sustainable development?
Thanks so much. Thanks, Arseny. I would like to ground my presentation today in a paper we have recently authored as the expert group on resource management at UNECE, which discusses specifically the role of demand-side solutions in driving intergenerational justice in critical raw materials management. So before diving into content, let me just briefly give you a bit of an overview for where this paper came from. So it's co-authored by the Resource Management Young Member Group as well as the SDG Delivery Group. But also some of the ideas that we developed were co-developed with civil society and youth in online workshops, which makes it, I hope, a really intergenerational collaboration and a really collaborative effort. So there are 3 questions that we sought to answer in the paper, and I will briefly outline them today. So that is, why is intergenerational justice important in critical raw material management? What sort of policies are being implemented in this area today? And talking specifically about decarbonization policy and resource management. And are they actually the right ones? And then lastly, what are the right policies then? And what is the role of demand-side solutions specifically? So let me start briefly on the importance of intergenerational justice in critical raw materials management. I think there is 2 sides to this question. So one, as Arseny has already mentioned before, is around preserving the resources for future generations. Is incredibly important, as they share the right, as we do today, to leverage the planet's resources to achieve well-being and at least meet their essential needs. However, there's also another side to this question, which is that unchecked extractivist policies today are driving multiple planetary crises that risk actually making the planet unlivable for future generations. And as such, this is a really important tension. This is particularly nuanced in the context of critical raw materials, as to a large extent they're being leveraged for the energy transition and therefore to mitigate the climate crisis. However, as I will argue in a second, this is not necessarily the best approach. And while we should continue to leverage critical raw materials for the energy transition, demand-side measures can actually play a really key role here. So let me just briefly outline the current policy approach. So the decarbonization essentially is being achieved through deploying clean energy technologies, which heavily leverage critical raw materials. And this is with the overall objective of mitigating greenhouse gas emissions and the climate crisis. However, there is a significant concern among policymakers that the demand for those materials might very soon outstrip supply. And this has motivated two main objectives in the current policy responses. So firstly, that's scaling extraction, so facilitating new extractive activities in mining. And secondly, and to a much lesser extent, that's worth noting, facilitating and increasing resource efficiency, so essentially making do with less more effectively. And then lastly, to a still lesser extent, some emphasis on implementing guardrails around impacts on communities and the environment. However, there's a few issues with this approach to energy transition that we're taking at the moment that we outlined in the paper. So firstly, there is some direct consequences of extractivist activities for both communities and the environment. So that includes negative impacts, just deforestation, land degradation, water depletion, and contamination, habitat destruction, and I could go on. And essentially what that implies that the current approach, which focuses on mitigating the climate crisis, actually risks overlooking other planetary boundaries. We should definitely focus on addressing the climate crisis, but we should be mindful of having an approach that does not ignore other planetary boundaries. Secondly, and if we take a more comprehensive perspective, there's two more issues. Firstly, this approach does not address the fundamental root causes of the climate crisis, which result largely from the continuously growing demand for energy services, driven by overconsumption and overproduction. And then finally, there's an inequitable distribution of the benefits from the kind of consumption of critical raw materials for the energy transition. And they're being primarily used in the global north, whereas the extraction is happening primarily in the global south, which, if we think about it in a systems context, essentially contributes to the overall transfer of resources from the global south to the global north on a systemic level. And so these are important challenges with the current policy approach. We should, of course, continue with deployment of decarbonization technologies. However, we think, and as we outlined in that paper, demand-side solutions can actually play a really important role in mitigating some of those tensions. So moving to that side of the paper, what actually are demand-side solutions? So their purpose is to fundamentally reduce service consumption, and that can happen for a few different methods, but at minimum, it involves identifying the relevant planetary boundaries and human well-being and trying to define the ceiling and the floor for the level of consumption. And they have a few apologies. There's a few particular advantages that they have, which is firstly actually addressing the root causes and mitigating the actual demand for energy services and materials. Secondly, staying within planetary boundaries by mitigating both the climate crisis as well as other ongoing crises, helping, of course, safeguard capital for future generations as we avoid some demand. And finally, mitigating critical raw material supply chain risks, which is a policy objective today, but actually it is best addressed if we try to address demand in the very first place, rather than through other measures. And then finally, they also increase human well-being, and as they call for a more holistic transformation, which emphasizes equity at its heart. And just lastly, just some examples of demand-side solutions would, for example, be, and we have outlined in the paper specifically for mobility, built environment, and some more kind of system-level ideas. So examples in mobility would be, for example, implementing mixed-use, high-density zoning policies to reduce demand for private transport, expanding public transportation networks, of course, but also actively disincentivizing the use of private car ownership. And then in the built environment, an example would be, for example, mandating building standards for passive features. And then finally, so systemic examples would be actually moving towards new indicators of progress that don't emphasize the need for continuous expansion of the economy, and beginning measuring raw materials consumption and setting a target in this area. So that would be some of the ideas, and happy to answer any more questions on the paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natalia. And now just to follow up this topic on intergenerational equity and the findings from the research of young people of different organizations, not only RMYNG, but also BRICS YA, I would like to pass the floor to Anna Loganova from BRICS YA Young Member Group on Critical Minerals to just tell about the findings presented in the Outlook 2024 that has just been published. I will bring a copy right, during your presentation.
Thank you, Arseny. Thank you for your invitation. Thank you. Thank you. So yes, my presentation today is devoted to the results of our research. And you can get acquainted with our outlook. So this is the youth energy outlook, which was successfully presented recently in September. And today, this is the first step for us to develop the young cooperation on critical minerals in the BRICS countries, and including the global south. And this year, the BRICS Young Energy Agency has established 8 groups of young experts, and each groups was responsible for their own charts. And so our chapter was about critical minerals. And so this our group so you can also follow this QR code if you're convenient, and read a digital version of our report. And the Resource Management and Critical Minerals for Energy Transition Young Expert Group was established also following a rising attention to minerals for energy technologies, in particular energy storage, solar panels, wind turbines. And it's also very important, and it's a very disputable topic for also the representatives of the BRICS countries. And we also defined the following challenges. And we also have already discussed many of them, and I think even all of them. And I just wanted to stress that it is also very, very important for the young generation from BRICS countries. And we also are made some. We also prepared some also following future initiatives, including the cooperation with other young expert groups, expert energy groups on critical minerals. But I said it a little bit later. So, and yes, it's just for our listeners. Everyone knows that technology for energy transition are very high, has a very high resource intensity. And for example, in order to make the electric vehicles require 6 times more mineral inputs than conventional cars. And also the onshore wind turbines require 9 times more mineral resources than gas-fired power plants. And it's also a very interesting statistics and very impressive numbers. So but at the same time, the BRICS countries have significant resource potential and hold a key position in the critical mineral markets. And it highlights the necessity for the energy dialogue between also the young expert groups and young generation and representatives of the BRICS countries. So BRICS countries, including newcomers, have significant reserves of critical minerals. For example, the whole BRICS countries hold half of the world's graphite reserves, and more than 3/4 of the world's manganese and rare earth materials. And moreover, the Geological Service of BRICS countries agreed at their first official meeting this year to compile a list of minerals that are critically important for their economics. And it's also opportunity to cooperate in these fields and on the different levels as well. And we also prepared the three main scenarios, or negative scenario, conservative scenario, and innovative scenario. And I just want to focus on the last one, for the innovative scenario. And we are in innovative scenario, we offered we consider that the achievement of the net zero targets by 2030 and 2050 would be aligned with addressing environmental concerns and in critical mineral extraction, and innovative approaches such as enhanced metal recovery are needed, and alongside with recycling infrastructure and environmental friendly design guidelines for the batteries. We also hope that policymakers would prioritize fostering innovation and promoting sustainable practices and cooperate with each other. And also we consider in our research the technological advancements which could provide opportunities to strengthen the value chain for critical minerals, to make it more sustainable and reliable, and reduce dependence on developed countries as well. This year, yeah, as I said before, we made just the first step of our young cooperation on critical minerals within the BRICS countries. And it's a pleasure to confirm that we have a shared understanding and vision for the development of critical minerals industry and resource management. And we intend to extend our activities, and we also provide these opportunities, these promising initiatives, which we are going to develop in 2025. And they are also development of youth energy dialogue on critical minerals, and maybe this could be a collaboration between young expert groups. And also we are going to prepare research of impact on mineral extraction on the local communities, because it's very urgent problem, and very crucial issue for many countries. And also we also are going to hold critical minerals workshops to raise awareness of critical minerals and conscious consumption, because we know that not only the technologies of renewable technologies have a lot of critical minerals, but also the items, technologies which we use in our everyday life. So laptops, mobile phones, smartphones, and so on. So thank you for your attention, and I can thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Yes, as said, if we are going to meet the Paris Agreement and the goals set last year at Dubai, we really will need to have a lot of critical minerals mined and extracted, and we need to understand how to do this in a sustainable way. And also, there is an important discussion going on within the UNFCCC on different energy sources and the possibility of them to come as a solution or as one of the sources in energy mix. And therefore, I would like to give the floor to Hugo Bernat to give his perspective on this mining problem as a young nuclear activist.
Well, thank you very much, Arseny, for having me here. I'm really grateful to be able to bring nuclear energy on the table and to discuss how it could play a crucial role in achieving sustainable mining, or as I should say, and was really accurately mentioned, maybe responsible mining development for equitable. This doesn't work? Oh, it's okay? Okay. Could nuclear energy play this? Well, first of all, it's important to mention that nuclear energy, yeah, like this. Yeah, like this better. Okay, all good, perfect. Thank you very much for making me notice. So how could nuclear energy play that role? First of all, it's important to mention that nuclear energy is a low carbon energy source, right? And that could be used to power mining operations, helping to decrease their carbon footprint, which actually represents 2 to 3% of the global emissions of CO2 equivalent in the world. And that, as we understood, that demand of critical minerals will increase, so it will play an even bigger part of that mix. Nuclear energy could also play a role for the processes that follow. We talk about critical mining, but also the processing of those minerals, which account for 7%. So basically, while using a low carbon energy source like nuclear energy, you can actually address the problem of 10% of those global emissions. Second point that I would like to mention about nuclear energy, and this is something that is in development, it could actually tackle some problem of 16% of the mineral deposits that are located in remote places or off-grid places. With the technology that are currently in development, like small modular reactors or micro modular reactors, we could actually address this problem by supplying large, stable, independent supply of energy. Some of the concepts of those SMRs are actually being developed specifically to answer that kind of problem. Finally, nuclear energy could also benefit the local economy because, for instance, in indigenous places where you're off-grid and you build a nuclear facility, you could create a lot of jobs, but also help in the infrastructure development. To give you an example, in the US, for every dollar spent on nuclear energy, we notice $4 return on the local economy. Of course, if you build a nuclear facility to power the mining operations, you can also give some electricity to the local population, addressing social problems.
Thank you very much, Hugo. Yes, so there are many discussions going on different topics within this issue of critical minerals and mining, and therefore, thank you for highlighting this perspective. Now, going back to the intergenerational equity and the importance of participation of all the stakeholders, I would like to go back again through our wonderful panel and first ask Sarah. Sarah, leading the Inuit Circumpolar Council, you work a lot with young people. There are also great young leaders who are about to become stewards of the Arctic pristine environment. And how do you think they also address this particular issue, and also taking into consideration that if a mine is opened, it is going to span throughout different generations. So intergenerational perspective is also taken into account here. How do you think they will also interact with the mining sector, with the governments who are about to develop these undiscovered yet territories, and to steward this environment, which they have done throughout so many centuries?
Yes, Kuyanak. I will not speak on behalf of our youth. There's a lot of youth delegates here also from Arctic and our homeland Inuit Nunat. So they are out here speaking on many different venues and just participated in the Indigenous Peoples Platform dialogue also between youth and states. So I'm very proud of that they are expressing their own concerns. What I hear across the line among Inuit in Galashinunaat, Nunat, where I'm from, is that they want their right of self-determination to be respected. They want to determine their own future. So that's also a basic right enshrined in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And if whether they want to pursue mining in a certain area or no mining in a different area, or one kind of minerals want to say yes to and another they want to say no to, they are all very, very vocal. And I am so amazed to see so many Inuit in my own homeland, Galashinunaat, speaking up, using their own freedom of expression to say what they want and pursue the future that they want. And I think that is so important. In terms of intergenerationality, I think that one thing that we could be focusing even more on, that I also hear many youth call on, is the circularity. Is for us to understand how important it will be in terms of lessening the on possible mining and extraction to learn how to better reuse minerals and components that we need for the different parts of the renewable energy sector. And I think that is something that we could ramp up much more than we are doing. And I think that a perspective that indigenous peoples also bring, that is about the integrity of the planet, and that traditional ways of lives, our own ways of lives, very often is exactly doing what we need to do, namely safeguarding the environment in a holistic way. So I think it really will require of us to collectively across the world and across generations to be very careful in how we go about this, and also to not only think about growth in the way that we've seen the world mainstream world focusing on now, and here also look to some of the values in terms of ways of lives that indigenous peoples often hold, and also reconsider what we consider growth. And that, I think, is very difficult to do in a sector that is about extractive industries, because it's again there to pursue investment, to pursue income and development in that sense. So I really actually want to question whether we always, when we are in these spaces, per default want to industrialize, per default want economic growth in the way that it's often thought about, and per default always think about the more, the bigger, the merrier. I think there's a big responsibility on all of us to reconsider that, not only to protect the rights of indigenous peoples and lessen the pressure on their lands and territories, our lands and territories, but also because of the integrity of the planet being under pressure, and for our future generations to enjoy the same rights that we have had, the rights to promote and pursue their own future freely, and have the opportunity to do that with a healthy planet. Bueno.
Thank you so much on this. And now I would like to ask Christy, as a non-state actor in the, for example, Secretary General's panel, if we talk about these instruments where the indigenous peoples, where young people can promote their views, can also say that, for example, they need to determine themselves what to do and what not to do. As a non-state actor, what do you expect from young people to like put into discussion, to just contribute in this international fora, and especially where you work, the Secretary General's panel, because as a RMYMG, we really want to contribute, and we really want to understand where the expertise of young people and their participation is needed from your view.
I think you're already doing so many things that I could ever conceptualize of young people doing, coming together, forming your own report. And I think there's so many aspects of that that are empowering. First of all, just to navigate a planet that is facing so many layers of difficult and challenging issues, we have to bind together with our affinity groups and support each other. We have to bind together with our communities, however you define that, because we can't navigate this alone, and we can't navigate this in whatever our silo is. So I think that it also takes, like, already, if we look at what are deemed critical minerals, and that will evolve from, from country to country, from era to era, we have to even think more broadly than that when we're looking at a landscape of what's developing around renewable energy, of what's developing around the forestry sector, around infrastructure, and how, all of these can work together to create and intensify pressures on Indigenous rights holders, for example. So I think that continuing to build support with each other and promote your own vision is really helpful, and that informs. I would like to share this report with other members of the panel, the Secretary General's panel. Our work as a panel technically has concluded. So with issuing the report, that was the end of our era. If you're a Taylor Swift fan, that was the end of our Eras tour. But we really hope that it will continue on, and we can continue to build out. For example, I might recommend, if I am a member of this high level forum, to have a hearing with young people and have you help bring in youth to inform this high level panel, and its work, to inform the youth representative of that position statements, and inform various drafts of work and recommendations. So all of that helps. And, we don't know what future generations will want exactly. It's hard enough to know, what each member of our own families and peer groups, what they want. But I know they'll want a healthy and safe planet. And it really takes this systemic thinking, and when we feel overwhelmed by it all, to help give each other a break and pull together and support each other, to keep going.
Thank you very much, Christy. Especially, I agree with you on this demand side, because really what we want is a sustainable, livable planet, and we want to have also future generations that face the same sustainable and clean planet. So therefore, I would like to maybe ask Natalia again, as a representative of Resource Management Young Member Group, what do you see as next steps? And if we follow up these wonderful discussions today with the indigenous perspective, which I think we still lack in our activities of RMYMG, and we need to work on this definitely. And like all the perspectives that were brought to the table today, what do you think the next steps of our activities should be, and how we should implement these important key points?
Okay, thanks so much. That's a really interesting question, actually. So thinking about the next steps from today, and I believe from the discussions that we're going to be having throughout this conference this week as well as next week, I think there's few key actions that both we can take away as a group, but also I think that would be more broadly important for us to take globally. So the first one, I think, is just to simply continue thinking outside the box. I think one of the key challenges has been that we keep repeating the same solutions, which do not necessarily challenge the current entrenched patterns that make a meaningful progress in both the climate crisis, but also other crises that we're facing, including ecological crisis, but also those related to inequality, etc. I think we need to take a more holistic perspective, and this is something that young people have already been calling for. This is a point, I think, for us to reflect internally to what extent we're already implementing it. But I think for those who have formalized access to power, it is important to listen to more alternative perspectives and be able to really listen to what young people have to say. And that links to my second point, which I think is governance. I think one of the key challenges today in implementing initiatives that are youth driven is the fact that oftentimes youth engagement is what we call not meaningful, which means it is not institutionalized, and therefore it's delivered, for example, for ad hoc consultations, but it actually means that the stakeholders who have power do not have any responsibility to implement what the young people are demanding. I think that is something that we should continue calling for as RMIMG, but also that those who do have access to power should rethink, because without that formalized access, it is incredibly difficult for us to actually drive change. And with all the young voices here that we have gathered throughout this conference, it is incredibly important that we can actually translate that into not just a lot of speeches that we will inevitably deliver, but actual outcomes. And then the last point is on implementation. I think designing principles and continuing to rethink the current system is incredibly important, but oftentimes it is detached from what's happening on the ground. So for example, when it comes to the FPIC rule around informed consent, knowledge of indigenous groups around mining and extractive activities, what I think there has been a tension between what has been actually agreed internationally, which is to advance that principle, and what's happening on the ground, which is that oftentimes it is not implemented to the fullest extent, but rather they're just engaged, for example, for a consultation, which does again not involve meaningful engagement. So thinking about how we can actually translate the outcomes of this conference and similar meetings into driving meaningful change and ensuring that the stakeholders on the ground actually implement that, I think is incredibly important. It's going to be a challenge both for us and for policymakers. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Natalia. And now, just to sum up, I'd like to ask Anna and Hugo if you have anything to add to this youth perspective. Okay. Then to sum up, I would like to say that what we really need to do is to ensure that the well-being of both present and future generation is taken into account when we do any actions in this sector, and especially different perspectives, including the indigenous ones, are very important, and they need to be on the table. So thank you very much to our incredible panel for all these perspectives. And I'm looking forward to seeing you all on other events throughout the COP29. And I wish you all really insightful discussions further. And thank you so much for coming today to the Arctic Pavilion.
low carbon energy for the Arctic, and I'd like to thank the Arctic Pavilion for hosting this event. So we have 1 hour to discuss the role of nuclear power to provide clean energy to Arctic regions, and taking examples maybe from other regions of the world. And I'd like to introduce the speakers. And then I will give the floor to our director at the IAEA, Mr. Wei Wang. But first, let me introduce the speakers. So John Kotek, who's Senior Vice President of Policy Development and Public Affairs at the Nuclear Energy Institute. King Lee, who's the Head of Policy and Industry Engagement at the World Nuclear Association. And Taisia Afanasieva, who's an energy economist in the Planning and Economic Studies section at the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Agency. And maybe I didn't introduce myself. I'm Henri Payet. I'm the head of that Planning and Economic Studies section. So before we go into the discussion and the panel, I'd like to give the floor to Wei Wang, who's the director of Division of Planning Knowledge Management.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henri. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming to this nuclear focus event in this Arctic Pavilion. I think this is the fifth day of the COP29, and we can see that is from the first day to today. There are a lot of events happen in this COP. I'm talking about the nuclear. I remember from the first one, SDG, and also to the 13th of November, we have this very high-level presidency event, parties event, organized by the agency and presidency, talking about the financing the low carbon technology, including nuclear. And then a lot of events happen afterwards here, and also in our partners pavilion. So this reflected good momentum we carry on from the COP28, which has a very successful engagement by the group nuclear community. And this result in this also historic breakthrough of the COP, talking about including the nuclear in their outcome document. So we want to continue this momentum and through this continuous engagement in this global debate. So we know agency already published this publication this year, projection for up to 2050, and keep the very promising and encouraging signal that nuclear will continue to grow up to 2050 by the high case projection, low case projection. And also in this part, we also see a very encouraging trend that talking about SMR's potential contribution. We believe this is also very relevant to today's topic because we are talking about the nuclear energy supporting the decarbonization of this particular region, which nuclear might not only contribute to the power sector, but also to the other sector, including heat. So I think today, this panel, excellent panel from our partners from AEI and the Canadian Nuclear Association and the WNA, and also agency experts will give a deep dive on the nuclear's attributes to support this decarbonization process to the target of the 2050. So let's listen to what they're going to say. Thank you very much for your talk.
Thank you, Wei. And thank you for setting the scene a little bit for this discussion. Let me introduce George Christidis, who's Vice President of Government Relations and International Affairs at the Canadian Nuclear Association. So welcome. So yes, in your welcoming remarks, Wei, you highlighted the importance of nuclear in the clean energy transition, not just for electricity, but also for other applications like heat. And I think for applications of nuclear to Arctic regions, heat is an important energy vector to be discussed. So let's kickstart the panel discussion, and I'll ask Taisia first. Can you? We need to create that narrative. Why do we need to talk about low carbon energy in the Arctic at all? And how can nuclear contribute to that offer of low carbon energy to that region?
Thank you, Henri. Hello, dear colleagues, and thank you for being.
Is it
Working?
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Yes. So once again, good afternoon and welcome to our session. I'm pretty happy to start the session because I would like to set the scene about Arctic a bit. So in Arctic, there are 4 million people living. Also, it's the place where there are a lot of critical minerals which we would need for energy transition, for renewables, which are all we're talking about also. So we need to be aware that we need to take care of people living there, of their needs, and plus of the mining. And this is this very hard to abate sector, which also need to be decarbonized. That's why it's important to keep this in mind. Also, as we can imagine, the Arctic is a very remote location. Also, a lot of times it's off-grid connection, so we cannot to provide their grids. So we need to see which energy sources can be used in these kind of circumstances. Plus, we need to be aware of the severe conditions there, which very much influence the transportation, like the cost of transportation and the availability of transportation. At the moment, diesel generation is a common source of energy in Arctic, and 80% remote Arctic communities actually they depend on it. Talking about energy, which is clearly needed and will be needed even more in Arctic, we need to think about energy security, but also about energy availability, because not all energy sources will be available, and also about the low carbon, because now we're in the COP conference and we're trying to get to net zero. So we should stop using diesel and substitute it with other energy sources. So we need to remember about low carbon and also stability, because, for instance, of course, there can be some renewable energy sources. At the same time, they cannot provide the 24/7 electricity, which is needed for mining and which is needed for people who live in this region. At the same time, as Henri already mentioned, it's important that we need Arctic need not only electricity, but also heat. And this heat cannot stop, because this heat needs to heat the people's houses. And at the same time, for industry users and for mining, they need to be constant heat, because, for instance, pipes can freeze if we don't provide this necessary heat. So SMRs and microreactors, which we would like today to talk about, they are capable of providing this clean energy for 24/7 and actually 365 days a year. Sorry, even in regions where the variable energy, renewable energy sources have limited possibilities for that. In addition to this, like as I already said, heat. And the last one, maybe I would say that we have, just also to set the scene, how far the nuclear industry already got on this way. We have the example of Academic Lomonosov nuclear power plant, floating nuclear power plants, which currently operates in the northeastern Siberia. It's a floating nuclear power plant with 2 units, 35 megawatts each, and it provides already electricity and heat. So we can see that it's a successful case, and that something can be really used and helpful in these kind of regions. And also this floating nuclear power plant, it substitutes the traditional nuclear power plants operated in this region, but going to be decommissioned soon. So it's also important to know that energy should not stop at any point of the time. And this would allow like the substituting diesel with nuclear would allow for around 13 tons of carbon dioxide per day production, reducing. Yes, I would say that we have definitely the demand. We definitely have the goals why we need this energy, and we pretty much already have examples how this can be, how nuclear industry can help and assist with this.
Okay, thank you, Taisia, for giving a little bit of background onto what's currently in use today as a source of energy in the Arctic region. John, I'm going to hand the floor to you and ask you to tell us about the energy situation in the Arctic and the challenges that SMRs can address, including in terms of cost competitiveness, because we hear that diesel is the main source of energy right now, and what types of SMRs or microreactors are being developed targeting this particular market.
No, thanks very much. So the situation in the U.S. Arctic is very much as Taisia just described. A lot of small scale energy generation. When you think of the Arctic in the U.S., of course, you think of the state of Alaska. Alaskans use on average more than 3 times the amount of energy per capita than the U.S. average. showing you the importance of energy supply. And then again, to a point Taisia made, we all know how essential reliable energy service is. We of course had a very bad situation in our state of Texas several years ago during a very cold period where the grid went out and we had some fatalities. It's all the more important in those sorts of extreme environments, and so reliability is essential. So the state of play for us right now in Alaska is a lot of small scale generation, mostly diesel, some renewables to the extent it can be used, some other fossil fuels, but mostly fossil fuels. And so when we think about the challenges that need to be addressed, one of them, of course, is abating carbon emissions, getting to cleaner forms of generation. Second is, to your point about cost is extremely high. When you're talking about bringing in, maybe diesel fuel by airplane, that's a very expensive proposition. And so what we see in the US is where on average, the cost of the generation component of your electric bill in the US might be something in the 8-10 cents a kilowatt hour. It could be 10 times that in the Arctic. And so there are quite a number of, and I can get into some more of this later, there are quite a number of small modular and microreactor designs that are being looked at, particularly for addressing this sort of application. Arctic communities, also mining, other off-grid applications. We talk about that a little bit more later.
Okay, thank you. I'll give the floor to King. King, what characteristics of deployment of nuclear energy to applications in the Arctic would be transferable to energy deployment more widely?
Thank you, Henry. I think Tata already mentioned and John mentioned some of the main features and attractive features of SMR. That's why they're deployed in the Arctic region. Mentioned stable and continuous power supply, off-grid operations, providing combined heat and electricity, and potentially generating water. And also the other main, perhaps important features is long operation between refueling. It could, many SMR can operate between refueling to 3 to 7 years, some even operate to 30 years. So with these features, I've just mentioned some other potential applications. I think it's already been mentioned about mining. Many mining require, we've got hundreds of megawatts of electricity energy, and this may be to grid, so on cost, but many smaller mines are off grid. So a number of miners are looking to use SMR and microreactors. So for example, in Poland, HM mining company looking to deploy about more than 400 megawatts of SMR, and there's mining currently being looked at in Russia and elsewhere. Another area that's for these SMR is particularly in Ireland and Upper Galapagos countries, where isolated populations require energy with limited grid. So, for example, Caribbean island of Puerto Rico is looking at exploring of SMR, as well as Philippines. The other area, perhaps a highlight, is marine propulsion. As require 80% of the trade goods are transported by shipping. So obviously this require large amounts of energy. So as the marine shipping sector is looking to decarbonize, nuclear is one of the options. So nuclear provide some attractive features. Having a high density, this allowed shipping to increase go at higher speed than conventional fossil fuel, and lower the weight compared to fossil fuel holding the fuel plus the propulsion unit. And also, as I mentioned, it have a long-term operation compared to fossil fuel. It require fewer refueling stop for shipping. So just these are some of the other applications.
But would you say that nuclear in the Arctic is a kind of a niche market that would maybe allow to accelerate the early deployment of some kinds of designs that could be then deployed elsewhere?
I think it already have many of these nuclear have many of those attractiveness that already been mentioned. Why it is deployed in the Arctic already in the floating nuclear power plant. So some other country, for example, islands, Philippines, are looking to use floating nuclear power plants.
Okay, great. All right. So, George, I'm going to give the floor to you now. We heard about Alaska. Now, Canada has also a very large part of its territory in the Arctic region. Can you tell us about the prospects for the deployment of nuclear technologies in the Arctic region in Canada, and what potential you see for SMRs globally?
Yeah, so thank you for this opportunity. So from a Canadian perspective, I don't think there's much more I can add in terms of the potential applications of small reactors in the north. From the Canadian perspective, it's not only the north, it's also rural communities and indigenous communities. So from our view, it's very much enabling these technologies for those communities, particularly indigenous communities, to have options for them to consider and how to develop their economic and social well-being, right? And I think if I could just take a step back, that's something that I think sometimes as an industry we forget. Like, why are we doing all this? Like, why small reactors? Why large reactors? Why very small reactors? Well, it's ultimately to help clean the environment or provide options to clean the environment, reduce emissions, and help create social economic opportunities for all peoples, including the people in the Arctic region and in the north, which have very particular needs. So some of these needs are similar, whether it's, like my colleague suggested in the shipping, perspective. Other needs are going to be very unique. I know personally that when, we've held, we're part of consultations in Iqaluit, which is up in the north. Their neighbors are Greenland. They look at, Alaska. They look at over at Russia to sort of understand that ecosystem. That's what their world is. That map is sort of from that lens. And you realize when you're there, the harshness of the climate, the particular challenges of the climate, quite frankly, limit options. For example, renewables are very difficult to deploy there. You have dark season, you have light season, you have intense winds, you have the tundra, right? So it limits some of your opportunities. Therefore, small reactors or very small reactors provide that opportunity to take a look at, can they over time replace diesel and other technologies or complement them to enable their way of life? In those communities like Iqaluit, there's no roads out or in. It's a ship that comes, shipping season is a couple times in the summer. Everything else is flown in. They need a lot of heat and energy to function. They need hospitals, they need schools, everything that's kind of existing there. So it's from that lens that, small reactors and very small reactors could be an option for those communities, for those First Nations to look at it and say, okay, this could enable our way of life one way or the other. And really, from our view, that's what we're trying to do from a policy perspective and dealing with our federal government and the like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for emphasizing the fact that you need also the consent and the involvement of the local communities for the deployment of any type of technologies. John, can you tell us about what's the deployment perspective in the US, in Alaska?
Yeah, it's an extremely active area. We've got well over a dozen companies that are seeking to develop and deploy microreactors in the United States. Seems like a month doesn't go by when there isn't another one that appears on the scene. And some of them are really interesting. I mean, you've got people who are coming out of very innovative companies like SpaceX in the United States and saying, we revolutionized, satellite launch and are looking to revolutionize space travel. Let's go do the same thing for nuclear. Well, that's a compelling proposition, right? So you've got a lot of innovation and a lot of investment. There's a lot of private capital in the United States that's going into trying to help bring some of these technologies to market. And some of them, of course, are still at the beginning stages. They're just getting conceptual designs or early stage designs, but several of them are to the point where we're going to see construction here in a few years. And one part of my history is I come from our U.S. Department of Energy, where the Energy Department about 8-10 years ago recognized they had a lot to offer in these efforts to commercialize technologies, and they've started working with these companies to offer them access to facilities, codes, data, materials, and land. And one of the things that is going on at our Idaho National Laboratory through something called our National Reactor Innovation Center is several of the microreactor developers actually have approval from our U.S. Department of Energy to install their microreactors in existing facilities. For example, the old experimental breeder reactor number 2, for those who've been out to the Idaho National Laboratory site, that's been cleared out, and they're going to now use that containment structure as a place to test microreactors, right? So there's a lot of things like that that are going on now that should lead to microreactor demonstrations in the U.S. here in the next couple of years. And it's not just for commercial uses. I mean, we've talked about providing energy for Arctic communities, mining. There are a lot of other applications under consideration on the commercial side in the U.S., but also our military is looking at microreactors and smaller but mobile and stationary reactors as a way of providing power to fixed installations, for example, so they don't have the same vulnerability for energy supply lines. So there's all manner of effort going on in the U.S. now to get these technologies demonstrated and out into either the commercial marketplace or serving government interests. It's a very exciting time.
It is, and we see also for advanced reactor technology, not necessarily for the Arctic, but in general also this drive coming from big tech companies for artificial intelligence, data centers, and so on, and investments being announced in advanced reactor technology. So I'll stay with the topic of financing, and Tacy, I will ask you how can SMRs be financed today, or SMRs or micro reactors, and can you share a little bit of insight into what's happening?
Yes, sure, Henry. And I think at this point, I would a bit promote our recent climate change and nuclear power report, where we assessed exactly the financing for implementation of nuclear power projects. We looked there at large reactors, traditional reactors, but there has specific considerations for SMRs exactly. So first, I would provide you the brief overview, let's say, of all kind of nuclear energy projects, including the large reactors. So as you can imagine, it's a very large-scale capital-intensive infrastructure projects. That's why it requires a lot of initial investment. Also, there is some, let's say, challenges with risk in terms of construction time. And that's what industry is really working for. It's to provide to implement the projects on time and on budget. And also the revenue stream is a bit delayed because of the period of design and construction. So it's a bit risky for investors to go to these projects without governmental support. So traditionally, actually, nuclear power has been supported by governments this way or another, especially on the first phases, especially when the countries only embark into nuclear power programs without government support. It's pretty much impossible to do that. But we see that recently involvement of private financing is really becoming very important for nuclear industry. And talking about private, I mean private investors and also corporate. So for instance, as we discussed, there is a lot of demand from the tech companies for the artificial intelligence and data centers. So we've seen Google, Amazon, Oracle already ordering the SMRs and making these deals. And we have this news we have this all over the news. But Talking specifically about SMRs, I would say that SMRs potentially is more attractive for private and corporate investors because the projects are smaller, and actually that's the basic explanation, because smaller investment is needed in advance, like the first investment is smaller. Then construction period is shorter, because instead of, let's say, 5-10 years, small modular reactor is supposed to be ready in 3-5 years. And also plus the revenue stream is going to become faster. And also there is definitely going to be use both for electricity and heat right away. So it's again like two revenue streams at the same time. And when the investors, they see that these projects are already implemented, they're going to attract more and more. So one of the most important things about SMRs is to make the legislation more standardized and the licensing process more easy, the design itself simplified and standardized. So this all the implementation part of the projects and construction projects is always performed on time and on budget in a strict manner. So if we're saying like 5 years, it's supposed to be 5 years that. And that really helps a lot with financial risks for investors. And private investors would be way more likely to invest in this kind of projects, including corporations too. And at the same time, when governments provide their support in terms of guarantees, let's say, for this kind of investment, this project is really, really way more attractive to private and corporate investors. That's basically, I would say, the main parts, and it's very important. What I think industry should work on, it's the standardization, simplification, to have these modules. I mean that the reactor is ready on time and budget, and it's fabricated in a factory, and it's just transported to the place and already installed there. So there is no on-site construction. Also in Arctic, probably it's pretty harsh. Is going to be to construct the reactor on site. So it's very good that it would be just transported on the place. And what I'm particularly interested in, and I would also briefly mention that, is about sustainable financing of SMRs. Because there is also pretty much hot topic, and climate financing also, we can hear it around us at COP everywhere. And nuclear energy is a low carbon energy. That's why by principle, it's already should be green financing. However, for green financing, there are special instruments, and the project should comply with those instruments. And now nuclear energy is included in in green taxonomies in more than all around 30 countries. And we're continue seeing that happening more and more. So recently it was Kazakhstan adding them into their taxonomy. Also it was Indonesia adding them into their taxonomy. And that's really good news, because it provides the investors with long-term perspective, because they're sure that this technology is going to stay on the market, that government believes in this technology, and that's very important that they have this perspective. So I really hope that soon SMRs would get a lot of benefits from green bonds, green loans, and it's already happening in the nuclear industry. However, at the moment, we haven't seen SMR project financed this way, but I really, really hope that soon it's going to happen. Recently, we only had for long-term operations and refurbishment projects. But SMRs also can benefit from carbon markets, especially because we've heard that first days of COP29, they've been agreement on the Article 6.4 of the Paris Agreement. And I'm really looking forward to digging into that and see how nuclear energy projects can benefit from that. Maybe they can use their voluntary carbon markets to attract more financing. So from our point of view, really, we should use as much different sources of financing as we can, because this helps to lower risks for all the parties involved. That's why public-private partnerships would be one of the most advantageous type of partnerships. And I really, really hope that SMRs would benefit the most from the green financing.
Okay, well, thank you for citing some reasons. Hopefully it'll also benefit the SMR technology. Tasia, you mentioned two areas that I'd like now to ask our nuclear associations. One about attracting financing from the private sector, and I'd like to ask George, for example, is the mining industry in Canada ready to put money to invest in SMR technologies?
It appears that the private sector in Canada is very willing to invest. So the interest in the resource development sector, mining, oil and gas sector, the are all signaling an importance or interest in this. That's why in Canada, you're seeing key provinces like Alberta, Saskatchewan, and of course, Ontario, which is already a nuclear province, but those other jurisdictions that have a strong resource sectors are very much interested in what is the role for nuclear in general for on-grid, but also off-grid. And that's the discussion, of course, in the Arctic and other spaces as they're also taking a look at these opportunities. I want to just sort of maybe pull back just a minute on sort of the importance of financing. And I'd argue there's probably three things that are really important overall. The nuclear financing, in other words, nuclear being in clean energy definitions nationally and internationally, it's enough as enough, right? So the World Bank has to get that clarified. Canada has shifted, it's got the green bond definition, other jurisdictions, but enough is enough. And if we're really worried about this and worried about timing, you got to solve that issue, right? At that level. Secondly, instruments in Canada, for example, we've been successful to have loan guarantees or investment tax credits, whatever the mechanisms are there. Again, enough is enough. Implement them. It's time to move. In the Canadian context, policies have been decided. It's time for operationalization. And our companies are moving that way. For example, Ontario Power Generation is building 4 in Ontario, working with partners in Saskatchewan to build 4 Hitachi, models on the grid. And those are filling other needs in Eastern Europe potentially. And I do believe back to the VSMR space, this financing is very important. The other piece is the regulatory area. The reconciliation on aggressive climate plans and a regulatory regime that enables an accelerated deployment must be looked at nation to nation, but also internationally. So you again have these sort of areas of clarity that need to occur in order to achieve the goals of what we're talking about in this wonderful conference.
Okay, thank you. King, I'll hand over to you about sustainable finance and recognition that nuclear is part of the, I would say, clean technology framework. What can you say about that? And then I will ask also John later about I forgot what I was going to say. Sorry. So
I think already mentioned, I think there's some movement, and it's really great that within Europe that nuclear is recognized within the sustainable finance taxonomy, and already mentioned that a number of other jurisdictions, either national or regional, have it included, but that's not universal by all means. And so still got some way to go, and including multilateral development banks. You mentioned World Banks, but it's not only World Banks, so all the other multilateral development banks, because they are really important in terms of providing signals and providing some seed grants or loan to really, I already mentioned, to attract private finance. So to offer blended finance to SMR projects and others. The other area that's increasingly mentioned that as the corporate world also called the real economy trying to decarbonize. Yeah, so that's including all sector. So financial institutions trying to decarbonize their investment portfolio, industry, steel, cement, and so forth. What are their approach? How do they attract their investment? So now organization, all these sectors will be reporting what are their targets, what are their commitments, and their pathway to decarbonize. So it's important that these standards and disclosure standards are technology neutral, and nuclear is part of the solution. And currently, it's not clear that these standards include nuclear.
okay, so in this space, we have to be careful to make sure that nuclear gets included, not excluded, like in the finance from multilateral development banks.
Exactly.
John, now I remember what I wanted. I wanted to ask the George regulatory license frame. What work is being done in the US to help maybe harmonize regulatory requirements for different types of jurisdictions, designs, and so on?
There's quite a bit going on in the regulatory space in the US, and I'll get to that. I thought I'd maybe add just a couple of things on the conversation we just had. First of all, with respect to the interest among mining companies, I do have to give our Canadian friends great credit. One of the biggest uranium mining companies in the world is Cameco, of course. And they believe in these reactors, including microreactors, so much they went off and bought 49% of Westinghouse. So I'd say that's a pretty good commitment. And the Westinghouse eVinci reactor is one of the technologies that's going to be developed in Idaho, the reference I made earlier. So that they're going full force into the microreactor space. And then in the US, you're seeing a couple of things, and this will get to your regulatory question. For example, our state of Wyoming, very traditionally fossil fuel dependent, particularly coal dependent part of our country. And while they certainly see that there will be increased, use of fossil fuels for the foreseeable future, they also want to do what they can to reduce the carbon intensity of the products that they bring to market. And so one of the things that the state has done is they have partnered a microreactor developer in the US with a company that does mining services to develop microreactors to help decarbonize a broad range of activities at mining sites. So for example, when you look at the very large haulers and the very large shovels, the other equipment that they use, you're talking megawatts of load. If you're going to charge these things, these have enormous demand. And so they're looking at how do we incorporate microreactors into mining operations. We also have a lot of companies in the oil and gas space, again, who are trying to reduce the carbon intensity of the products they bring to market. They use diesel as a source of power at their pump sites. They're looking at microreactors as a way of replacing those diesels, which of course are a major source of carbon emissions. That interest in using nuclear for whether it's oil, gas production, Trona in the state of Wyoming, or other mining applications, has caused a demand signal for microreactors that I think is very encouraging. It's one of the things that's brought all these companies into the space, but it's also caused the industry to realize, and the regulator to realize, it's going to have to adapt to the type of business model and the pace of decision making and the pace of deployment that goes on in some of these sectors. So very specifically, in the US, if you just stacked up the regulations that go into siting a microreactor today, it'd be north of 4 years from when you announced your desire to go forward to actually deploying something in the field. These companies have challenged the industry and the regulator. We need to do that in 6 months. Okay. What complete paradigm shift for our industry and for our regulator. But when you start looking at it and you start thinking about, okay, when you're talking about a microreactor, you're really talking about something that has the potential for offsite consequences. It's really more like a research reactor. And we have those on universities and industrial campuses and what have you. So why couldn't you do that? Right. So that sort of conversation is taking hold in the US right now. And it's getting our regulator really thinking hard about, particularly after you get through the first of the kind and you've approved the license. Now, when you start talking about different using it at different sites, that should be able to go a lot faster. And so we're starting to look at how we make that happen. So very, very exciting evolution.
Okay, and necessary evolution as well, because if the industry that is looking for the nuclear option doesn't see the technology arriving or being available, they'll look for maybe other options. And
absolutely.
George, you mentioned, and I'd like to go back to that point of the involvement of local communities. What's in it for them in terms of economic benefits, in terms of jobs, perhaps, knowing that we're not talking about large nuclear power plants that would require hundreds of personnel, but how's that narrative or conversation going on?
Well, in the Canadian context, the conversation is going quite well. So, meaning, what does that mean? Meaning, there's just an increased recognition that nuclear technologies need to be part of the conversation. That does not mean community X doesn't have questions or community Y may not agree to move down that track and go down another technology track. That's all there. But from an overall perspective, there's a greater acceptance that nuclear technologies, in order to meet the climate goals that have been so clearly defined, are there, and increasingly the energy security discussion. Now, energy security has two definitions. It has the domestic definition and then the international definition. The international one is a geopolitical conversation that we're all aware of. The domestic one touches on, electricity systems are reliable, sustainable, jobs, investments, and it's all there bundled under sort of the language of, economic security or energy security from a domestic lens. So what we're seeing in Canada is that these trends are definitely driving more and more interest, where provinces, for example, in regions that maybe in the past were totally against nuclear are now starting to ask about it and wanting more. So jurisdictions, in British Columbia or in the north, or even in, Quebec has even started to inquire about, tell us more about these small reactors, tell us more about nuclear in general. So that just all points to this trend in Canada that has linkages internationally of meeting those goals where there's a higher level of conversation and acceptance of the role.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to go to a point. I mean, you all said at the beginning, that these regions are inaccessible. There are no roads, or how do you build a nuclear reactor, nuclear power plant, even a small one, in those regions? How's the deployment model being developed?
Well, in the Canadian context, it depends now what we're talking about here. So a small community like Iqaluit up in the north, for example, which is a small community, about 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 people, has a certain amount of infrastructure, has electrical system. There is an on-grid, it uses diesel, ships come in, they could bring materials. So, there's a certain level of conversation. I think one of the panels, I can't remember which one, talked about the regulatory. I think it might have been you.
Yeah.
That's the question that needs to be kind of addressed. I hope it wasn't because I said something. But the space of the very small reactors, how the regulatory regimes are set to consider those technologies.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And John, this construction, deployment.
And of course, we build things. You could build things in harsh environments. I haven't lived in the Arctic, but I have lived in Idaho, which sometimes feels like it's the Arctic. And, even in winter, you can do construction when you need to. It's more time intensive, and it costs you more, but it can be done. So if you're talking about civil works, maybe this is something you're trying to get your construction done in the summertime. One of the nice things about some of the microreactors is you don't have to do a lot of earth moving for a lot of these designs. It's more about getting a pad set up and a few outbuildings, what have you. But you're largely talking about bringing equipment in that's been prefabbed. The other thing that we haven't talked about much is there's actually a fair amount of interest in some shipborne applications, and you of course spoke about the experience with the SMRs in Russia. There's a lot of development work going on in the U.S. around microreactors, barge applications, or other. So for coastal communities, you could be talking about something you don't even need much in the way of a construction effort. But so yeah, it'll be a little bit more complicated. But when you think about what happens now, and the effort that they have to go through to, constantly get fuel up to a facility. The other thing that we haven't talked about a whole lot, but some of these microreactors, you're talking about 5-7 year core lives.
Yes.
Right. That's a tremendous advantage, versus hoping you can get your handful of diesel shipments in, praying the weather doesn't turn. It's nice to have that sort of, that sort of reliability and fuel security.
And security of supply, yes.
Yeah, may I briefly add something exactly about how we build something in such harsh environments? So yes, we have two I would say two angles, like the first example of Russia we had. So the floating nuclear power plant, it was produced in a factory. So everything there is ready for production, and then it was transported. So that is way easier than build it on site. And the second thing which SMRs are really going to have, it's to be modular. So it's really easy, at least produce maybe not the whole part if it's not a floating, let's say, power plant, but produce it in parts. So it's really easy to assemble it. So try to put the main part of the production in fabric, not so from this harsh environment to move it outside of this area. So that's exactly simplification and modularization of the design is one of the goals of the nuclear industry.
The northern regions of the globe are also affected by climate change. We know there's the permafrost issue in Siberia and so on. Is that making the local populations maybe more aware of the need to transition towards cleaner solutions?
Yeah, I think I can't speak for those communities, so just to put that clearly, but what I understand and the conversations I've been privy to over the years, first of all, they would argue they're the victims of the pollution and the consequence of the South, right?
Yes.
Of the Southern, when they say South, south of
the Arctic.
The Arctic. So to some extent, they've shared their learnings with me, where it's about how do they adapt to challenges that they didn't create themselves. So there's a bit of a distinction. Having said that, they're very interested in identifying potential solutions to their particular problems. Like many communities, like all communities, there's a differing view. There's some in those communities that want to live a very traditional way of life. And then others that want to develop opportunities, let's say more on a modern way of life. From our view, that nuclear technologies kind of provides a solution or an opportunity for both those views in a sense. So they are open to learn, they're open to understand, but they truly do have their own unique reality with their unique challenges and opportunities. And they do view themselves as a little bit of a consequence to decisions that were made very far away that have impacted them.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll ask each of you. I mean, we're coming to the end of the event, and maybe there are some topics that we haven't addressed or that you would like to raise. Can you each share maybe one perspective or one point that we may have not discussed enough that could, I would say, favor or
maybe I'll throw one thing in
Yes.
here. A lot of the technologies that we've talked about, certainly the ones under development in the United States, depend on a higher enrichment fuel. We call it high assay, low enriched uranium fuel. There's been a big effort in the US and with countries, really credit to Japan for their leadership in the Sapporo 5 announcements, to try to get more investment in that sort of capacity, so that our Congress, for example, has appropriated more than $3 billion US to help build out the capability to enrich fuel, both for today's reactors, but also for this next generation of reactors. But that's going to be a really important development going forward, because a lot of these companies are dependent on the availability of that fuel supply to go commercial.
Right. I mean, yes, what King was mentioning, this 5-6 year or refueling cycle that requires those specific fuels. George?
I don't think there's much more to add, at least from my perspective. I think we've touched on the key points. I guess the main theme is just now we're at a space where, generically speaking, we need to act. We need to implement decisions in a way to address these challenges and give opportunities to communities to reduce emissions while creating economic and social development opportunities. From a Canadian perspective, we're very well positioned. We have companies like Cameco's of the world. We have, of course, Atkins Realis. We have, now, Cameco and Brookfield own Westinghouse. There's a very unique opportunity. SMR projects are proceeding. Large nuclear discussions are occurring. Refurbishments are on track. $26 billion worth of investment on time, on budget. So we have a very good story to tell, and that has helped inform the discussion, which then itself is providing opportunities for communities to consider.
Thank you. King.
I maybe just re-emphasize one point. Most of these SMRs and particularly micro reactors are currently under development. Yeah, they're not available yet. I think the main point is that we need to accelerate these. So that's require both policy, government support, and industry long-term support, and accelerate that. That's including mentioned by John about the regulatory side as well. So a lot of these current regulations are really built up through large light water reactors. They have not been geared for SMR and micro reactors. So there's still quite a lot of work to make sure that these the first of a kind units are deployed and system that we can deploy these worldwide in an economical way. So
Thank you, Tasia. Maybe one last word.
Yes, I actually wanted to continue what Kim just said, but saying it from the perspective of International Atomic Energy Agency as a focal point for international cooperation. I think that's very important to cooperate on this issue and to have all the legislation in place when technology is ready. And again, it's a lot. So it's about licensing, it's about international agreements, it's about how it all should work. Besides the regulation in specific states, something on the international level also needed. And I think that's a joint work of all our community, of all the countries. And I think that's working together. Again, the IEA offered the platform for that. That's one of also one most important things.
And sharing knowledge, including towards policymakers that are probably unaware of all the potentials of the reactor technologies that we have discussed today. And we're going to close the event, and I'd like everyone to thank our speakers today. And maybe we can take one photo before we leave. Yeah.
Мы можем проверить перевод? Раз, 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 раз.
Привет. Вообще подтверждено 4, поэтому сейчас one more. Ну, как минимум еще один. Вот как раз, вот у нас здесь 4 стула, кто должен подойти. It's okay. Are we waiting for one more? Are we waiting for one more? No problem, yes. А? Да. Окей. Оставь, пожалуйста, чтобы она могла сидеть и переводить вдруг. Is it going to Kayanaku? It's here. Okay, wonderful. Yeah. No problem. Anyway, we already can call it a dialogue. Actually, it is a dialogue. Sorry. Okay. No, just put it here. Yeah, actually, it is already a dialogue because a dialogue is a conversation of two people. And here we have wonderful two people from both the Arctic and the Amazon. But first, I want to introduce myself and I want to introduce the initiative, how it is, how it was born and what it is about. So in 2021, when BRICS Youth Energy Agency first participated in a conference of the parties of the United Framework Convention on Climate Change, we immediately understood that there are indigenous peoples in different BRICS countries that actually don't know anything about each other, that don't have connections with each other, even though they participate in same constituencies in UNFCCC, in different international organizations, and even though they actually share the same values and also steward the nature, these connections. And within BRICS, to establish such a conversation between different peoples of the BRICS countries, indigenous peoples, and when it evolved, this to just work a little bit more on that, because BRICS grew, and also the dialogue between only indigenous peoples of, for example, Russia is not possible to evolve to Amazon peoples. Снять? Okay. So basically, as BRICS Youth Energy Agency, we decided to make this as a dialogue between the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, not only from the BRICS countries, but from the greater Arctic, and indigenous peoples of the Amazon, not only Brazil, but also neighboring states, so that the indigenous peoples from these two very different regions could share their perspectives on climate change, on their participation in different international fora, and maybe with that experience get empowered and understand how they could better deliver their experiences, and how these experiences might be taken into account by decision makers on different international fora, for example, UNFCCC, so that everyone knows how to work on this fora. So first, the indigenous peoples of the Arctic actually have many traditional livelihoods, including reindeer herding and stewarding the nature of the Arctic, where very few people live. In the Amazon, the indigenous peoples fight with deforestation, wildfires, and steward the greatest biodiversity on the planet. So these two groups of people actually can share a lot with each other, and as non-indigenous youth at BRICS Youth Energy Agency, we just would like to serve as interpreters, as a bridge between these two different peoples and different nations. And now I would like to invite to the floor our first speaker, Niechey Seroteto, specialist at the National Center for Reindeer Herding within the Russian Center for Arctic Development, and board member of the Association of Indigenous Peoples of the North, Yamaltu descendants, from the Nenets people who live in the very far north of Russia, around Yamal and the Amur Peninsula, and Niechey. What I want to ask you is how do you think the climate change affects the livelihoods of your peoples, and what do you think your peoples could tell to the world and to other indigenous groups when it comes to adaptation to climate change, and probably sharing the experience of how to live with this changing climate. Neche, the floor is yours. And for technical reasons, if you want to hear the translation into English, you need to have headphones.
Здравствуйте всем. Здорово. Я немножко расскажу о себе. Я с Ямала, и у меня родители кочуют в тундре на много сотни километров. Нету? Нету звука? Нету звука?
Нету? Не подключили Zoom? Мы не подключили Zoom.
Я подключилась.
Подключилась? Наушники.
Нет, у меня так нет, они должны в Zoom положить.
У вас должны быть наушники. One moment, we will resolve this technical. Yeah, I can do translation. Yes, I can translate. Вы будете по тексту?
Нет, не по тексту,
Ну да.
примерно, да.
Okay.
Всё равно то же
Да. Okay. Okay, I will translate. So sentence after sentence, I can just translate it.
Немного хочу рассказать о себе. Я из оленеводческой семьи, и у меня родители в тундре на Ямале кочуют много сотен километров для того, чтобы олени их могли питаться, потому что олени, для них все это источник дохода, питание. Также их шкуры используют для установки чума.
Okay, I would like to tell a little bit about myself. I'm from a reindeer herders family, and my family is moving a lot in the country lands because the reindeers they need to find food and the family needs to find food. So this way of life moving around the territories is at the center.
Изменение климата — это уже глобальная проблема. Она везде, также у нас в Арктике, и она приводит к изменению также и влияет на наш традиционный образ жизни.
Climate change, it is a problem also in the Arctic where we live, and it also affects our way of life.
Потому что наши коренные народы, которые живут в гармонии с природой, они более уязвимы.
Because our indigenous peoples who live in the Arctic, who live in harmony with nature, they are more vulnerable to climate change.
Например, поздняя осень или ранняя весна, они приносят кочевникам большие трудности.
For example, late spring or early fall, they bring to reindeer herding families a lot of difficulties.
Также, например, зимой, когда приходит в декабре резко дождь, в результате после резких похолоданий и на снегу образуется ледяная корка, и она затрудняет доступ для оленей, доступ к пастбищам. И в результате это ставит под угрозу благополучие многих семей. Но у нас, конечно, сейчас вот в регионе региональное руководство приходит всегда на помощь к оленеводам, доставляется комбикорма к оленеводам, которые пострадали от резких похолоданий.
Yeah, for example, in the winter time, when it gets too warm and then it's raining in the winter time, the water is freezing and the fields for reindeers, they get covered by such an ice sheet. And this ice sheet makes it impossible for reindeers to find food in the nature. Therefore, there is a need for the governments, for local governments, to step up and give this brought from and bring this artificial food for the reindeers from outside. And they actually do this, and they help, and the reindeer families, they have and they keep some provisions of this food for reindeers.
Конечно, иногда они, если наблюдая за природой, они иногда могут предсказать не сами оленеводы, они наблюдают за природой, как себя ведет природа, что будет в ближайшие дни или в ближайшее время, месяц наперед. Например, когда весной прилетают птицы, они наблюдают, как ставят птицы гнезда, что какое будет лето, жаркое или холодное, потому что если жаркое, то значит будет засуха, и поэтому, когда птицы ставят гнезда открытой стороной на север, значит будет жарко, если открытой стороной птицы ставят гнезда на юг, значит будет холодно.
Yeah. But we learn how to adapt, and we do this by looking at nature. how the nature is giving signs of the changing seasons. For example, birds. When birds come, we already know something about the upcoming season and how birds nest. For example, if birds put their nests directed to the north, we know that the summer is going to be hot. And therefore, we already prepare for this hot summer. So we learn by science, and we try to adapt to it just looking at nature.
Также обычно предсказывают тоже по птицам погоду на ближайшую неделю, потому что они определяют по звуку птиц, по пению птиц, что будет ли дождь в ближайшее время или будет солнце.
Yes.
Потому что это тоже важно и для их образа жизни.
Yes, and for example, we are trying to understand the weather for next week when we also look at birds. If, for example, birds are singing, we know that the weather for the next week is going to be good. And so we know how to adapt our life and how to prepare for this next following week. We don't need weather forecasts.
И поэтому для нас, как коренной молодежи, живущей в гармонии с природой, в тундре, важно, чтобы учитывали наше мнение при разработке стратегий к развитию адаптации климата, потому что наши народы всегда заботятся о природе. Они никогда просто так не сломают там веточку на дереве, никогда не отрубят живое дерево. Если я, например, была в прошлом году зимой у своих родителей, и они за много километров ездили за дровами, хотя мы жили среди тайги. Я говорю, почему вы едете так далеко? Они говорят, вот эти деревья, они живые, им еще долго расти и очищать воздух.
Yeah, and therefore, for us, indigenous peoples of the Arctic, it is very important that the governments, when drafting their policies, listen to us and implement our adaptation strategies in their decision making. For example, for us, indigenous peoples, it is impossible even to break something from a tree. And we are very careful with trees. Therefore, for us in our families, like these trees, they are sacred. We never break something from them. And this is given from a generation to a generation.
Так как у нас коренные народы к природе, к окружающей среде относятся как к живому существу, для нас сейчас стоит задача сохранить наш образ жизни в условиях изменения климата.
Yes. And we, as indigenous peoples, we look at nature as at a living organism. And therefore, for us, it is very important that this perception of nature is also taken into account by those who draft policies.
И поэтому очень важно слышать и наш опыт. И сейчас мне будет очень приятный опыт коллег своих услышать. Я думаю, узнаю очень много интересного, потому что я еще не знакома то, как они живут. И сейчас вот второй год участвую в конференции, но я только сейчас подключаюсь в работу, и мне очень интересно и важно донести свой голос от голоса своего народа.
And therefore, for us, the indigenous peoples of the Arctic, of the Russian Arctic, it is very interesting to hear what the indigenous peoples of the Amazon are saying and how they look at nature, how they look at climate change, so that we can learn from this experience. And for me, it is also very important to express my point of view and my experiences. I'm taking part in the conference of the parties to UNFCCC for the second time, but this discussion is the first time I'm really engaging in these discussions with other nations, First Nations, with other peoples. And for me, it is very interesting to participate in it. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Okay, now, sorry, to moderate, I can pass the floor to Vitória Pinheiro, the focal point in Latin America and the Caribbean on the UN Constituent Assembly of Children and Youth in Sustainable Communities from Zumbi dos Palmares. And founder of Palmares Laboratoria, Achao, who has more than 10 years of experience with public policies and sustainable development and is always in dialogue with climate use and social innovation, being the director of Perifa Connection. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I would start like by that saying that is my first time also that we got the opportunity to exchange in the first person with other local communities, particularly the indigenous ones. That is like the huge amount of person that lives in the Amazon. But with the traditional communities in the Amazon too, we got a lot of different perspectives. My name is Vitória Pinheiro. I am a two-spirit person living and born in the Amazon region in Manaus. That is like the second or maybe the first huge city in the Amazon region, beside Belém do Pará. That is like the city that will host the COP30. And I'm born in Zumbi dos Palmares community, that is a peripheral community in Manaus, very known by these faults that we got in the urban Amazon. And in the Amazon region, it's something very particularly because we got the most of the communities living in the border of the rivers, and the cities is the place where these concentrations got people. And with that, we got a lot of inequalities happening and disconnection with nature also. But for us, it's very difficult to see nature as a thing aside or distant for a notion of people, because it's everywhere. Where you look, it's everywhere. And I think that my activism, they started with a notion that brings to me as a way that I'm not so different from what has been happening to my community, to the persons that come before me, and that makes like the pathway to stay here. You know, it's something very difficult for the local communities in Brazil to have like place to stay and where we can like not only talk about our perspectives, but also use these spaces as a stage to put our necessities in the first perspective, you know. So this is only possible by a very very long pathway being traced by other leaderships that doesn't have their names in stage, don't have their names in schools, and it's very difficult to us today like to recognize themselves in the cities where we live, because we have like these connections that's it's colonialism, but also is like the actualization of these perspectives, you know. And for us, it's still very difficult to stay in spaces like COP30, like COP this year, because we face like a huge of challenges to come to these places, not only in the financial aspect of it, but also in the language ones. In my trajectory, I've been like have the lucky and the privilege to access some spaces that make me like study in English and participating in programs that try to formate the new generation of climate activism. But when you look to the local community, we are like just a few. I would say like we are like less than 0.0001% of those persons that come to these spaces. And this is like an ethos of what we have in Brazil, particularly when we're looking like for the pathway we got now with COP13 coming to Belém, and make that our community stay in these spaces and have like the right to talk in things, but also stay in negotiations in a perspective that we have like our voices heard. So this is like a quite of scenario I see in my perspective, and I'm working in Palmares Action Lab in the past 4 years, but also with Peripheral Connection, on trying to bring this this notion to the government, where we put like in the indigenous perspective, but also the traditional ones that comes from the Afro-descendant people to stage. That is in Brazil the what we know and have like the notion to be peripheral communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Victoria. Yes. So I think it's a very, very important mentioning of COP30 coming to Belém and bringing with that indigenous perspectives to the table. And therefore, I think we need to focus our further discussion on this COP30 negotiations and how indigenous participation, indigenous knowledge might help to maybe develop the adaptation measures further, develop the preservation of biodiversity further. When it comes to the next question I actually wanted to ask, I first want to focus also on some experiences that our other important speaker could share. Her name is Kayanaku Kamaiura. She is a coordinator of advocacy in the Amazon and advisor to COEAP, a communicator for the Indigenous Committee on Climate Change. Graduated from intercultural education with a master's degree in human rights, specializing in climate finance for indigenous people. So based on your specialization, climate finance for indigenous peoples, what do you expect from this COP to be the result that could help indigenous peoples further to adapt to climate change and to prepare for COP30 in Belém in the best possible way? What is the result of COP29 that could help indigenous peoples to like perform at the best at COP30?
Uau, muita coisa. Boa tarde a todos e todas.
Можешь мне поправить, пожалуйста, здесь? Здесь вот это.
Eu sou Kayanaku Kamaiurá, sou cursista do curso Cultaricatu, que é uma iniciativa do Ministério dos Povos Indígenas no Brasil, que é para trabalhar a formação de lideranças indígenas em temas globais, né? A gente já teve o primeiro módulo e agora eu vim para essa experiência para poder compartilhar, acompanhar as negociações. Desculpa.
Okay, I'm going to do the live translation. So basically, Kayanaku, which is an indigenous leader and an indigenous member of the Kamaiura, people, and she's also part of the Kuntarikatu program of the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples of Brazil. So it's been taking as well modules as well, and she's in her second module, and she's going to share a couple of experiences.
Eu queria compartilhar um pouco sobre a minha perspectiva, que quando eu participei na minha primeira COP em Glasgow, o meu pensamento era que a gente não tinha que ficar se adaptando às formas que existem dos modelos de financiamentos atuais. A gente não tem que só se adaptar, mas os modelos precisam se adaptar à nossa forma também, porque é isso que faz a gente garantir que o clima, ele garantir a conservação das florestas e da biodiversidade.
So during her first COP, that was COP in Glasgow, she was also thinking that the financing mechanisms, like indigenous peoples and communities, should not need to adapt to those mechanisms, but instead those mechanisms need to get adapted as well to the needs and to the realities of indigenous peoples.
Porém, hoje, a gente está vivendo uma emergência climática que a gente precisa de ações efetivas e concretas para a gente conseguir frear o que está acontecendo.
And nowadays, as well, with the climate emergency, they need concrete solutions and measures in order to tackle what is happening.
E por isso eu acho que já foi falado sobre a questão dos fundos, né? Mas apenas 1% desses fundos chegam nas comunidades, chegam lá no local. Onde precisa chegar para a gente conseguir fazer adaptações de fato para mudar o cenário atual.
And basically, she says that 1%, if so, right, of the funding really gets to indigenous peoples, really gets to people in the front line, and they need to change that panorama in order for them to be able to adapt themselves on time to the emergency.
Na nossa comunidade, quando a gente faz uma roça, a gente acaba perdendo, porque a chuva ela não cai mais. E quando ela cai, ela mata todo nosso roçado. E o rio ele tem secado mais, a água fica mais quente, afeta os peixes. E quando a gente come esse peixe, a gente fica doente, as nossas crianças ficam doentes.
So one example as well is the stream rains and the floating. So she says, obviously, when as well the rivers are as well polluted, and the fish they used to eat from the rivers are polluted, but pretty much are killing the kids and people in her community.
Então, por isso que eu estou falando, nesse momento a gente está enfrentando desafios muito grandes e muito pouco resultado para que, de fato, a gente consiga sobreviver.
So they are having a lot of challenges at the moment, and few time in order for them to be able to adapt and to survive.
E os fundos que existem hoje para acesso, que são criados, eles normalmente não são com acessibilidade para nós, povos indígenas, para que a gente consiga trabalhar de fato esses recursos. Ainda existem muitos intermediários e quando chega lá, às vezes não dá para fazer quase nada. E as formas que existem para a gente fazer os processos de prestação de conta, às vezes, são fora da nossa realidade, do local que a gente vive. E por isso que eu acho que a gente, quando a gente se adapta, a gente também queria que os financiadores, quem aporta esses recursos, também se adapte às nossas formas de vida, porque é isso que faz a gente ser diferente e tem contribuído com a conservação da biodiversidade.
So she says regarding climate finance, there is a lot of intermediaries in the process. So they don't get all the funding at the end and on time. And there is a lot of requirements that are out of their reality as well in the process of accessing to that funding, but in the process as well of kind of when they have to present kind of the results and kind of the reports, right? And that's what it makes them to be different as well, because they are different. So financing mechanism need to be different, adapted to the realities, because at the end of the day, that's kind of what we are talking as well on adaptation, not just in other kind of measures, but also on finance.
E dessa COP, eu espero que esses países que historicamente têm provocado as grandes emissões de gases de efeito estufa, eles realmente se responsabilizem e coloquem recursos direcionados para isso, para quem protege, para quem cuida do planeta. A gente precisa que esses países, eles de fato se responsabilizem e mude a lógica para sair do mercado, né, financeiro e realmente ações para a conservação da biodiversidade, para a gente frear as mudanças climáticas.
So what she's waiting and she's hoping as well from COP29 is to see that the responsibility of the big emitters, right? For them to really have tangible commitments and responsibility again. As for them, it is really fundamental as well to have access again to that fund and to protect biodiversity, right? And for them to have tangible results.
E para a COP30, a gente espera fazer um grande trabalho com as comunidades indígenas, fazer com que essa COP ela seja, de fato, do povo para o povo, e que eles sejam vistos como seres importantes e que ajudam na proteção, na conservação da biodiversidade, que é a grande chave. E, para além disso, já existe uma grande articulação O próprio Ministério dos Povos Indígenas tem articulado junto com a América Latina, nos outros países, através do caucus indígena, através da plataforma de povos e comunidades locais, para se fazer uma COP que tenha uma maior participação indígena.
And also what she's looking for COP30 is the participation and the engagement of indigenous peoples, right? You cannot create spaces for indigenous peoples without them. So this is very important. And in the other hand, she also highlights the importance of indigenous practices, perspectives in order to biodiversity preservation, in order to climate change mitigation, and even adaptation. So what she's looking for is to have also a COP where indigenous peoples are going to have a huge active participation, but also impact back to their communities.
E para finalizar, eu só queria reforçar que é muito importante que esses recursos que são voltados para clima, eles sejam, de fato, levados para quem precisa e que esses mecanismos eles sejam de fácil acessibilidade. Acho que é isso. Obrigada.
She delivers a quite very clear message in the way that finance mechanism, they need to have a better accessibility, adaptability, so they can access to it because they are ready and they have the solutions to tackle climate change.
Yes, so much. I think this is a loud and clear message to the COP29 negotiators, and I hope that they really deliver this year so that next year the indigenous peoples really do have a source of like implementing all their traditional knowledge so that it helps to preserve the biodiversity and to continue stewarding the nature as they have done so in the last centuries. And now I would like to come over to this particular COP30 topic because Arctic Amazon Indigenous Climate Dialogue is actually thought to be a really bridge between these different regions. And now we are neither in the Arctic or in the Amazon, but next year we will be there. We will be in the Amazon. Therefore, for the indigenous peoples of the Arctic to come to the Amazon and see by their eyes what the indigenous peoples of the Amazon are doing, actually, how they experience these mechanisms and how they participate in them. This will really be a good showcase for the Arctic peoples. And I would like to maybe ask just one question for you about this topic. Like Nietzsche, first you. What do you think the Arctic peoples can bring when they come to COP30 to Brazil? And how their engagement in international activities might also be a lesson for the Amazonian indigenous peoples. For example, I don't know if you have ever participated in the Arctic Council activities with indigenous peoples or in some other like Arctic mechanisms of cooperation between indigenous peoples. If these mechanisms can teach something and can show something, and if you just can give some sort of experiences about this and show them to your Brazilian counterparts.
Спасибо за вопрос, он очень интересный. Российские коренные народы, и, скорее всего, и насколько мне известно, только второй год участвуют на КОП. И до этого наш голос был не слышен. Сейчас мы только начинаем принимать участие. И у нас коренные народы имеют большой опыт, и опыт адаптации к изменению климата.
Yes, thank you for the question. It is a very interesting question. Our organization of indigenous peoples of the Russian Arctic is taking part in the COP only for the second time. And for us, it is actually a new experience. And we really want to share our knowledge and our experiences of how we live and experience climate change in the Arctic.
Конечно, нам интересен опыт других коренных народов, как они адаптируются, какие у них вызовы есть в регионе.
Of course, we are also very interested to hear the experiences of other indigenous groups, how they adapt to climate change, which problems they have, and we want to listen and learn something from that.
И мы всегда открыты к диалогу, к сотрудничеству. И мы были бы рады, например, если бы также на КОП-30 тоже можно было бы рассказать о себе, об своем опыте, о традиционных знаниях коренных народов.
And we are actually very interested in telling about ourselves, in bringing our experiences to the table. And also, we are very interested to hear from you. Yes. So just adding to this, I would like to ask if the Arctic indigenous peoples come to COP30 and they really are interested to do so and bring their experiences and knowledge and stories to the table. What do you think the contents of such a dialogue might be? Because the Arctic indigenous peoples, as they say, they are very interested in having such a dialogue as well at COP30.
I really think that for people like us, just like existing and coming together is like the perfect way to exchange things because I have the deeply concern about how our ancient perspectives and the form that we do the things is like the perfect response of the climate crisis. And this is something that when you next year coming to Belém do Pará, to COP30, you will see because the Amazon is also the response, and this is the work that we try like to sustain there. When I talk about like for me like being like a two-spirit person is like for the reason that I truly believe that maintaining the way that we ancestrally have is the way like to respond the challenge we got today. And in Palmares Action Lab, we are trying to connect these two sides of knowledge in a way that we put together in practice in our daily work. And as Kayanaku was saying, the truly challenge is like to make the people that is holding in power have the resources and the pen on hand to make like to a type of recognition that we know that we don't need, but we know that in this world in capitalism system we need to have like things arriving in the communities to make like our work do, because the truly challenge is like made these persons hold accountable, no, and we can hold them accountable when we cross this type of brides. No, when we show them that what we are already doing is like the climate solutions that we are looking for, and we don't like to have to look for digital technology just as a way like to savor things, but also as a way to complement what we're already doing. So I think that at COP30, when we deliver this type of message, when we deliver this type of union, trying to connect with persons from the other communities, but for the other perspectives, will help us like to strengthen our voices.
Yes.
Bom, a gente tem a plataforma de povos indígenas e comunidades locais, onde reúne indígenas das 7 regiões, né? E já é um importante espaço. Como eu disse, a perspectiva é que a gente consiga fazer com que a COP30 ela seja a COP que tem a maior participação indígena. Então, para além dos povos de outras regiões, vai ser muito importante que os jovens indígenas do Ártico estejam lá e também possam compartilhar suas experiências.
They say they already have a platform where there are around 7 communities where they exchange information, experiences, but this is among Amazonian youth and people. So for her, it's really interesting to see when people from the Arctic comes as well, how they can add up to that platform. Either is it going to be through an international platform or which official mechanism of discussion as well, like to officialize something tangibly.
E também a gente pretende que, confirmado de quanto que a gente realmente vai acessar através daqui, a gente consiga fazer um plano de trabalho para que a gente consiga, de fato, efetivar esses acessos para as comunidades indígenas, não só do Brasil, mas de outras regiões e para além do Ártico também.
And she also says that is very fundamental, right, as well, to develop a working plan. So I think it's kind of an invitation as well to, after this space, to develop a working plan, because you see, they need, and you guys need to as well, to get to COP30 with a strategy and organize themselves really good for the moment, because you see the decision makers, they are organized. Now, indigenous peoples need to get ready with a concrete strategy.
E também, como eu falei do curso que eu estou fazendo pelo Ministério dos Povos Indígenas, são 30 indígenas brasileiros que estão fazendo esse curso, e o objetivo é que a gente acompanhe, de fato, as negociações que vai estar acontecendo sobre os vários temas que são discutidos de adaptação, mitigação, enfim, e que a gente consiga dialogar junto com os negociadores indígenas, ou com o governo, os negociadores oficiais, para que a gente consiga ser ouvidos e propor, conseguir colocar o que o movimento indígena pensa, o que a gente quer, de que fato que a gente quer, e que a gente consiga ser atendido. Então, eu acho que essa é uma importante estratégia que a gente está iniciando no Brasil e que ela pode ser aproveitada para as outras regiões, para os outros países, inclusive os jovens indígenas do Ártico.
So she says that a good case or a good practice is the platform they are talking about. So they have at the moment 30 youth, indigenous youth, as well, learning from the different concepts of negotiation, mitigation, adaptation. So they have enough knowledge. So when they come to these spaces, they know what they are talking about. They can listen or even participate in the negotiations because they have the knowledge. So she thinks that can be a good practice that can be leverage at the international level. So it's done in Brazil, and it can be exchanged perhaps with indigenous youth from the Arctic, perhaps not creating a platform, Amazonian and Arctic youth, for tangible exchange of experiences and informations.
Yes.
Just like to mention a case also, as Kanako was saying, we are building in the past 2 years the youth alliance for the energetic governance in the Amazonian region. That is like a network from now 20 organizations in Brazil, because the energetic issue is a crucial thing in our region, from the minerals and the pollution from rivers and the communities, but also from the exploration of the fossil fuels. The Amazon region is still being like a place for the exploration, for illegal mining, illegal exploration of petroleum, And the effort that we are putting in these alliance is like to also build this pathway for the youth from the indigenous and the Black communities to stay at COP30. And now we have like make something very big with in partnership with the Purpose International to leave like I think 8 organizations to Rio de Janeiro now in Brazil, where is happening the G30 meeting from the global meetings. And we are deeply engaged in como é que é? Amiga, como se fala adquirir não to get at COP30 with a declaration of the Amazonia as a region free from fossil fuels. So for this, we need like the build of coalitions with other organizations, with BRICS, like BRIC countries, and sustain that as a way that is possible and pressure our leaders because they still like being pressed by like the lobby from the fossil fuels industry and so on. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. These were really strong points and very good proposals for the next year. Nietzsche, maybe you have a comment to this or something that like some thoughts on what has just been said by your Amazonian counterpart.
Очень много интересного сказали и очень много и проектов, которые вот как раз говорили о том, что нужно разрабатывать уже стратегии сейчас. И также мне понравился как раз комментарий про платформу.
Да.
У нас вот, например, пока у коренной молодежи именно России, участников, есть представители, но я, например, очень мало знаю информации об этой платформе. Я даже там не состою. Вот было бы, например, мне приятно знать, как у вас работает платформа и что делается.
Yes, so these are very, oh, sorry. These are very interesting proposals. It was really nice and interesting to hear, especially about the strategy which we need to have to come to COP30, and especially about the platform that you were talking about. Actually, in Russia, among the Russian indigenous youth, we also have a platform. But I, for example, have not participated in this platform. I don't even know how to become a member of this. So it's very interesting how your platform operates and how we could maybe build a similar one here and maybe expand yours with our participation. Something else? Не-не, они у себя, у них есть своя.
É um pouco complexo, mas vou tentar explicar. A plataforma, ela é um espaço oficial da UFCCC que reúne a representação de governo e de povos indígenas das 7 regiões do mundo. Mas eu não sei como falar, né? Mas essas pessoas que estão ali naquele lugar, elas são indicadas parte do governo, né? Por exemplo, existe um processo vamos ser, não sei se é eleição que fala o nome, mas de indicação para representação nessa plataforma. Ou se organizam internamente, por exemplo, no Brasil, a gente não preside a plataforma, mas a gente pode acompanhar, né, esse espaço. E da representação indígena que acompanha, geralmente a gente define isso no caucus indígena.
Okay, I'm going to try my best. So she says this, the platform is actually an official mechanism of the UNFCCC, right? So basically, this platform tries to represent the regions
world and the indigenous peoples of those regions in the world. They also have process of elections, let's call it like that, where you define focal points, right? So in Brazil, doesn't have the presidency at the moment, but they also have indigenous youth as well participating in this space. So it is an official mechanism, and she thinks that obviously as peoples from the Arctic, you can be part of it.
O problema que a gente vê é que muita gente não conhece a plataforma, porque ela também é muito recente. Ela foi criada em 2018, quando se teve a definição no Acordo de Paris de reconhecer que os conhecimentos dos povos indígenas e comunidades locais contribuem com a mitigação do clima.
And she says the challenge is also that many people don't know about this space, this official platform space, because this was pretty much the origin started with the Paris Agreement in 2000 and with the Paris Agreement, she says. And she says that this actually was a fundamental tool because it recognizes indigenous knowledge and technologies in order to mitigate and adapt to climate change. So it started there. So it doesn't have a long history.
Então, a plataforma ela foi implementada, ela acontece, as reuniões elas antecedem a COP, mas não é todos os países que acompanham, que têm interesse, e esse que é o desafio, né? Que os países precisam acompanhar e considerar assim, o posicionamento, né, do que a gente define dentro da plataforma.
So she says that not all the countries around the world are part of the platform, but it's really important as well to keep up and in order to understand the decisions, the methods, the processes, in order to understand, right, what is the situation of indigenous peoples and the results of the climate conferences and how that will impact indigenous peoples around the world.
Só para finalizar, a gente também tem tentado criar agora, dentro da plataforma, um espaço para a juventude. A gente tem uma representação de juventude, porém a gente ainda está tentando se organizar, se adaptar a todo esse modelo do que é esse espaço de COP e como também a gente se representa dentro dele, né? Tem as 7 regiões, nós do Brasil fazemos parte da América Latina e Caribe, e é lá que a gente discute a nossa representação, mas é isso, somos muito diversos, né? Só no Brasil somos 305 povos, mas a gente fica muito feliz que a gente tem uma representatividade. E esse ano a gente impulsou como co-chair na representação da América Latina a Cineia do Vale, que é uma importante liderança climática do Brasil, que agora está presidindo a plataforma no espaço enquanto sociedade civil, representando a América Latina e Caribe.
And just to finalize, she says that obviously what they are trying to do is they are trying to also bring different kind of representativity in this platform. So obviously they also have a lot of indigenous youth in this platform. And especially in the case of Brazil, it's a little bit challenging because it's a very diverse country, right? And with more than 305 indigenous communities. So not all of them can be represented. But the co-chair of this platform is Enea do Vale, which is a very strong local and communitary indigenous leader. So it is a beginning. And also regarding youth, it is also kind of a process forward, right? On having indigenous youth represented in those official spaces.
Thank you so much. I think this was amazing to have this dialogue. Now we know what to do at COP30. We know what to come with, and we really need to follow up this work. Actually, this platform, the energy angle that you brought up, these are really interesting topics. We could put into the substance. And for us as non-indigenous just intermediaries, I would say, it is a privilege, a great privilege to build this bridge between you. And I hope that now you also exchange contacts. Maybe Neche will become part of this UNFCCC platform, which he has not yet participated in. And also next year, we can start the work in advance to also invite the indigenous peoples of other countries of the Arctic, because just an hour ago here at this pavilion, we've had the chair of the Inuit Circumpolar Council, Sarah Olsvik, speaking about critical minerals and intergenerational perspective, intersectional angle of critical minerals, and how the indigenous peoples actually steward the lands that hold over half of the world's deposits of critical minerals. So therefore, many groups, many indigenous peoples of the Arctic and the Amazon can bring a lot to the table, and this all needs to be discussed. So for the next year, we have a plan. We just need to start working. Thank you so much. It was a great privilege for me. Let's make a group photo and yeah, and let's thank our great panelists. Yes.